Mm,
How's am I doing there? Am I doing good?
Silverroot, welcome to the Mechwarrior Canyons. They are treacherous and offer a lot of threats. A situation has developed that requires our immediate attention.
No time to get used to the surroundings.
You will have plenty of time. Trust me. The Second Sword of Light have dug into the region like ticks, trying to ward us off. The 3rd Bear Guards and the 50th Striker have engaged them for a few weeks now. They have been frustrated by the amount of resistance they have faced. Due to the sudden flash storms in the region, they have struggled to confirm high-value targets. That changed recently, due to Comstar's work with the local populace, specifically the working class.
Yes, we made contact with a mining union official in the city of Marble Canyon. The city is home to a prominent mining outfit, Shirogane Industries. It mines rare metals and the natural minerals this system is flush in. But allegedly, the DCMS has been using it more as a military hub. Possibly an official appointed by Theodore Karita himself to coordinate their ground forces.
Star Colonel Hunsig of the 3rd Ghost Bears led a trinary to investigate this. He was reporting on comms in 30-minute intervals, until a flash storm erupted and he stopped responding.
Is he dead?
That is yet to be confirmed. His mech's heat signature is still detectable near Riverbed here, just before the mining site.
His trinary could have been ambushed.
His signal could be a sensor error.
Either way, we are going to advance into Marble Canyon and find out. We need to confirm if the Second is indeed using that mine as a command outpost. Hopefully, we can locate Star Colonel Hunsig in the process. Our forces will insert on the outskirts of the city and advance along different routes. Here, and here. The storm is still raging. You cannot rely on your instruments once you hit the ground. Ready your forces, Ghost Bears.
Come on, man.
We are heading
Don't be
into the
asking
eye
me
of the
questions
storm.
like that.
Bravo Star! Looks like Alshane's flash storms are finally here to greet us.
The elements. Just another enemy to contend with.
Remember, we need to rely on our eyes, not our sensors down there.
Evens the playing field for the Second.
They will need all the help they can get. In drop range. Deploy when ready. Doors opening.
Bravo! Deploy now! Stravag! Watch those lightning strikes, Bears. They could cook your systems.
If anyone gets taken out by bad weather, it will haunt you into the afterlife.
Anyone getting sensor activity? Neg, we could be walking right into... Contact! They are coming in high and low!
Phoenix Hall.
The rain is impeding my visibility. Shoot the mechs firing at you.
Missile.
Red down! Red down! Turned it to ash.
Garfield. Oh, you want pickup? You want pets? What do you got on your chin? Let me see your chin. Mm. 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 Stop.
We'll get used to them. It will not get any easier.
Let me see something, guys. I gotta check something.
According to my downloaded map, we're in range of what appears to be a satellite. Maybe it could boost the comm signal. Scanning. Stand by.
Scan mode engaged.
Found it. Thank
Scan
Kerensky.
disengaged.
It is a signal booster of some kind.
They must have built it to try and cut through the storm interference.
Star Captain, activate it and see if we can establish radio contact with Star Colonel Hunzig.
On it.
Scan mode engaged. Security.
All right, it is activated.
Scan
Star
mode
Colonel Hunzig.
disengaged.
This is Sakan Kabrinsky. Do you read me?
Sakan? Sakan Kabrinsky. I read you.
Glad to hear your voice, Star Colonel.
I was able to use my mech to send out a distress signal, but I took cover under a metal sheet. I need evac.
Hang tight, Star Colonel. We need to finish what you started and investigate that mine. We will extract you once that is finished. All commands, watch your step and scan for mines along your target paths. F.
Scan mode engaged.
faster.
Scanning complete.
Disable them.
Cowards.
Scanning complete.
Using mines to do their dirty work.
Scanning complete. Scanning complete.
Incoming contacts!
Scanning complete.
Fighters in the sky!
Scanning.
Keep me in one piece while I disable the mines.
Scanning complete.
Do what you need to do!
Scanning complete. Scanning complete. Scanning complete.
Direct hit. That pilot just ejected.
Scanning complete. Scanning complete.
All mines disabled. This river is secure.
Scanning complete.
We just disabled another Sentinel repeat. This entire region is one giant death trap.
Destroyed.
Second forces!
Target. Target.
Tag them!
Destroyed. Target.
Contact destroyed!
Destroyed.
Tag them.
Mech is offline!
Blasted that mech to pieces.
Wiped out the target!
Be advised, enemy reinforcements coming at us!
So.
Hell of a shot, Star Captain!
Assassin.
Red down. Red down.
All commands. Status? Bravo just cleared the river. Advancing to the mine.
Charlie just took care of business in the southwest zone.
Charlie, head to Star Colonel Huntsink's position and shield him until he can be evacuated out.
Roger that.
Bravo, follow me. We need to scan the mine and find out what is inside. Af,
I hope this is worth it. We lost a lot of ghost bears to achieve this objective.
we will ensure their sacrifices were not in vain.
I thought we favored patience. Instead, we keep rushing in and dying.
Easy for you to say, Cub. You have been playing at war. You are in the real thing now. tactics.
Yeah, we're trying.
Let them. Their delaying actions will not stop us. Gustav's intel was not entirely off. It was being used as an HQ 3 months ago.
Scanning complete.
Now abandoned.
Scan mode disengaged.
Shifting it after some time. Clever. For Surats.
Systems.
We will conduct a more thorough search of the mine before we return to the
Field
ship.
repairs complete.
Make sure there are no surprises left for us.
We should start with the pit.
Scan
F.
mode engaged.
Bravo, let us secure that pit.
Moving to the pit.
Scan mode disengaged. Scan mode engaged. Scan salvage. Marked for pickup. Scan mode disengaged. Scan mode engaged.
Buddy, if the good one gets you.
Eyes up!
There's still plenty of resistance.
Hostile detected.
Clear them out. I want this mine secured. By now, word is spreading across the Cretan command. We must keep sending the message that the Ghost Bears are here to stay. We will keep sending it until it finally sinks in, Sakan. Star Commander Rook, have you reached the Star Colonel?
We've created a perimeter around him and his fallen mech. Standing by for extract.
Damn it. Be right back, guys. I'm just gonna put a load of laundry in. Oh. Oh, buddy. Okay.
What is the status of Star Colonel Huntsig?
He is currently being examined in medbay, but he is expected to make a full recovery. And we have already put the mine to good use.
I am surprised the Caritans are still engaging us in combat.
They are quickly learning their lesson.
Obtaining accurate movement reports from orbital scans has proven difficult in these canyons.
That is stating the obvious.
Yes, well, we have a scouting network embedded in cave networks across Mechwarrior. They report the second are falling back.
Already running for the hills.
Or in this case, the floor of the canyons. There are scores of light mechs gathered on a region of the canyon floor here.
Playing hide and seek.
And they could be guarding another HQ outpost. Either way, we're going to run them down. I will lead Alpha from this sector here. Star Captain Lilith, you will lead Bravo at this sector here. Star Colonel Zung and his third bears will approach from this sector here. Star Commander Rook, your ground pounders will advance from this sector. The scouts say each sector is patrolled by second guards. You can also expect snipers hidden in the cliffs, so keep your heads up. We punch through them and meet them at the attack zone right here. We will deploy under the cover of night. The second sort of light have some of the most renowned warriors in the DCMS, and they run like cowards. Let us bury them in the floor of these canyons.
Okay, Bravo. Our heading is north. Keep sharp.
No readings yet. Tara?
Quiet. Rick?
I know not to trust our sensors in these rocks by now.
One of these samurai will take a shot at us, and that will tell us everything we need to know.
Threat neutralized!
Spider. Target destroyed. Incoming missile. New target.
Mech is offline!
old samurai how clanners fight.
Rick, your mech is lagging behind. They do a number on you? Not according to my readouts. Barely a scratch. Rick, are your comms down?
I am fine. It's just these damn canyons.
Canyon's getting to you, Mechwarrior. Maybe you should have sat this one out.
Just stay focused, Rick. We will not be out here much longer.
Too many spots for these cowards to ambush us. I prefer fighting them out in the open.
That is not their way. These Cretans are honorable warriors in name only.
Af. The Freeman taught us that lesson well.
Look alive, everyone! There is a steep drop at that waterfall.
New hostile detected. Flee.
Shit! They are launching out of the canyons! Watch out! Hostiles above! Hostiles above! They are going to rain down fire!
We walked into a kill box. I knew it!
Target.
Counter! Counter! Freebirds! Keep firing! Keep firing!
There are too many of them!
Just keep battling! Okay, we are in range of their main force.
Incoming.
Are you picking up any readings on their HQ?
Destroyed.
Tara, scan it. Nothing. Just signal emitters.
Why would they be guarding signal emitters?
Target destroyed.
They would not be.
Is that all of them? According to sensors,
I thought we were all history.
That was a glorious stand. That is how you meet pressure with pressure, Ghost Bears.
Bravo! Is everyone okay?
Sean is not... He is not online. We need to find him. He is not on screen. We need to find him.
Rick, Sean is no longer with us, but we are. Your family is with you, and we need you. We need you to win this fight. Stay with me, Mechwarrior.
Yeah. Yeah, Sean is gone. I protect Aletha now. And my family.
And there are plenty of Cretans to protect us against.
Bro, it's well, this is not that mech game. This is Mechwarrior 5 Clans, which is they dropped the DLC and it is fucking great. Mechwarrior 5 was mids. Mechwarrior 5 Clans, everything I hoped and dreamed. Actually better than I hoped and dreamed. The only thing that happens is sometimes when I'm doing the between missions, like bullshit. Bro, yeah, Mechwarrior lives on. It's a really good state right now. Mechwarrior 5 is fantastic, bro. 5 Clans. And they have a DLC for it. I'm playing the DLC right now. It's like a full second game. Or it's as long as the first Mechwarrior 5 Clans. Yeah, I know. And so you'll like this a lot then. This is taking place from the clan side of Mechwarrior 3. So the first campaign is as the Smoke Jaguars, and this campaign's as the Ghost Bears. It is really, really good. Mechwarrior 5's Mercenaries is pretty mids, though. But this is way, way better. They always release like 2 games under the under each thing. So they always have like Mechwarrior 3, then Mechwarrior 3, whatever. I think they've had several, at least 2. So they've had the second one with this one. This one's really good, though. Very pleased. Alright, let's try this new weed out. This shit's crazy, bro. It's like bright orange. Now come join me and then we can stream together, bro. Get some Wednesday gaming going. I want to see something real quick, and then we'll get back to this.
I don't know about stream together.
Yeah, let's get like Wednesday. You know, degenerate. What is today? Wednesday.
No, I'm not getting degenerate, bro. I literally have work at 8.
No, I'm not.
I'm
not talking about work drinking. I mean, I'm gonna smoke, but I meant some like degenerate gaming. You know.
I need to smoke myself into a coma, honestly.
Bro, this shit. I just did this first hit of this new weed. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I felt yesterday.
Yeah, different high than the other one, I'll tell you that. I'm feeling this immediately. I feel like that nostril burn a little bit.
The nostril burn?
Yeah, when you get like a real good hit and it like kind of gives you a little tingle in the nostrils.
Yeah.
I know you are all angry, so use it to take those spheroids out.
I just, it's so crazy how like the same, you can have like 2 games within bro, they literally always do like Mechwarrior 5 and they'll do like Mechwarrior 5 Mercenaries and they'll do like clans, or they'll do Mechwarrior 3 and then Mechwarrior 3 something else, and they'll be like whatever.
Yeah, they're really milking it.
Yeah, well they do that every time, but they'll be like, they give it like the 2 studios, right, for each one. So like Mechwarrior 5 Mercenaries, borderline unplayable. I did not like it too much. It had some pretty cool concepts, but it tried to do too much. This is like definitely a different studio. They went back to basics, and very good. Like, and it seems like they've done that with like several of the series. Like where it's like one studio that they give it out to is just dog shit. The other studio is really good.
Detected. Hanamoto G.
Oh, what is that? That thing lit me up.
Study my quiz for tomorrow.
Yeah, you gotta switch up the strategy, Docky. You know what the first chatter said in my stream today?
What?
What is your favorite race color? I was like, what?
Starting off hot.
Yeah, I was like, it was like a first time chat. I was like, yeah, don't say anything like that again, or you're gonna get booted. Oh, this guy just exploded. He went nowhere, bro.
Fajita enchiladas keep making the same quiz.
Another down!
There's gotta be near death. How many hits does it take?
Those mechs seem to be screening something, Sakan. Are you seeing this? Up ahead. Off. They appear to be mech repair facilities. Gustav neglected to mention them. He has provided a spotty intel, Sakan. He has reminded me that the DCMS does not update them on their makeshift sites. But when we get back, I will have words with him. This is an open area. No rocks impeding sensors, but we are not picking up any movement. Then advance and secure it. We can use it as needed. Star Commander Rook, I am pissed off. Bound ahead and take it out on any enemy forces you find, and try to find us a safe path out of here.
We will see it done. Elemental points. On me.
Reduce it to ash! Brought that mech down!
Chicken cheese.
And I bet this franchise gets the Warhammer treatment in a couple years. Just like there's too many franchises that I got the name and they have like a built-in player base for them not to like come back and start doing shit with it.
Look at all these scrap heaps.
Scanning complete.
They are savages.
Scanning disengaged.
No appreciation for machines. I do not know if I could ever get used to living in the inner sphere. Do you see that?
New
Shit!
detected.
They're going online.
Oh, this is a problem.
Missile.
Red down! Red down! Heavy hit! I just took a heavy hit!
Target.
Enemy mech down!
Online. Heat grip.
Oh, we lost Jonathan.
Weapons online.
Solid hit, Star Captain.
Weapons online. Heat grip.
Shredded that mech!
Weapons online.
Last Thursday?
Tomorrow is Thursday.
Understood.
Copy that, Star Captain.
Executing order.
Well, we'll just have to do it without the new guy here, since he's dead. Yeah, they added the elementals for the DLC. It's pretty cool.
Systems offline. Field repairs complete.
Okay.
It is a little glitchy between like missions though. I haven't had any problems doing mission, but like sometimes when you're like upgrading your stuff. But I found out if you just save a bunch after you do stuff in there, it's a pretty minor issue. It's not like Fortnite where it's an unplayable goddamn game. It's just infuriating, bro.
You're not gonna get up at 8 a.m. the next 2 days?
Oh yeah, that sounds good. So I was like, man, I kind of want to go to fucking Bobby's. Then I'm like,
With Destiny?
if I wake up early enough, then I can do Bobby's
Right.
and get to this place early.
Yeah, you could. Where's this? Let's. Dude, there's like 5 people at my job that have septum piercings.
I mean, that doesn't surprise me. Cheese is a very like alt environment.
You think so? Yeah, I guess so. Because of like quirky decor.
Yeah, and like I was gonna say, like, I feel like every time I've ever been there, they have like those they also have those humorous T-shirts kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like kind of that quirky hipster vibe. Not all of them, but some of them definitely fit that.
Right.
I've been to some Chewies where they were almost like the opposite though. Like the one, well, this might be because of the college thing, College Station, but they like, yeah, College Station had all people, but it was like more, it was very like preppy, whatever. I think the one in Corpus is like that too, where you go in and it's very like preppy people, like you know what I'm saying, like all blonde, all like sorority girl, white girl.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but there's tons of white girls that go to Chewy's too.
Yeah. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Listen, why is everybody talking about race shit today? And now we got Owl talking about race stuff here in the chat, bro. First, we got the first guy that comes in. He's like, "What's your favorite race color?" Now we got Owl, the superior race, bro. This is sus, bro. Even the black guy is turning into white supremacists, bro. We got Kanyao. Kanyao? Yeah, we'll work on that. Alye. Alye West. Alye North.
Kanye.
Yeah, we'll work on that.
Stupid.
It's a work in progress, all right? I don't know. I haven't watched it yet. But like 2 or 3 people sent it to me. I know you sent it to me, Al. I'm not a huge fan of Candace Owens. She's she's not even fun for me to hate.
The fuck is Candace Owens?
You know who Candace Owens is. You would know her if you saw a photo of her. She's like that super conservative black chick. She used to be pretty hot. Now she's kind of like, she just had 2 kids, so I'm sure she can recover.
She can recover, he says.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fucking pretty hard on the body. You don't generally look your best right after you have a kid.
That's true. That's true.
But she's like rich, and I'm sure she can hire a nanny so she can work out. And she's like got a fucking publicist, I'm sure, since she's fucking all about just going around places.
Where is my playlist?
She's the scariest black political one on the internet. I disagree with you. There's that one chick from fucking what is it, Uganda? That's like, you must kill all of the gays. I can't do a Ugandan accent. That was more like whatever. I don't know what that was. She's pretty fucking wild. You know who I think it's fucking funny that just got like out of the African like TikTok sphere that's like now kind of gone mainstream. You watch that guy? Nah, I didn't watch. Bro, I don't watch Nick Fuentes either. Like, why would I watch a gay Nazi? Like you know, that seems like a fucking oxymoron in and of itself. You know, but like, is that guy Deej was taken? He's like, if a soup is anything consisting of water, vegetables, and meat, wouldn't the ocean be a soup? You know that guy? No?
No.
He's pretty fucking funny. He's got the big, thick, like, waspy thing. Added a permitted term. Mexican Nazi. I don't know if I wanted that to be a permitted term. I don't know if it wanted to be a permitted term, but I was going to allow it. But we're going to have to talk. We need to talk to these guys about, like, they need to add, like, a one-time allow feature. You know, like, I'm not worried about Al talking about gay Mexican Nazi. I'm worried about some of these other people talking about Mexican Nazis, bro. I fucking got called a fucking Nazi the other day. I'm like, bro, I'm Hispanic. They're like, yeah, Nazis and Hispanics just go way back. I'm like, yeah, even the Nazis liked big looty Latinas, you know?
I mean, who doesn't?
Not exactly. You know what I've been, like, thinking has been a genre that they haven't exploited enough? Is, like, North American vampires. Like, you know, you always have, like, these old world vampires, like Transylvania and shit. Like, why wouldn't, bro, like, you have, like, a like, built-in culture that was already warlike and has, like, their own, like, basis for, like vampires, right? We could be using the Aztecs for like vampires, like old vampires throughout the like the war, like North America, or like going to like Europe or something. Like, could you imagine like a 400-year-old Aztec vampire in like I don't know Victorian England? That'd be a cool ass concept. Like like
what?
Right? Like, I think that'd be cool as fuck. Like, like
an Aztec vampire in Victorian England.
Right? Okay, because it's like what, like 1900, 1800, right? And so you can have them. That's only like 200 years apart. That's like 300 years. The Aztecs is a fucking culture only around for like 500 years. I think that'd be cool. They have one in fucking Castlevania Nocturne. The guy is a fucking Aztec. In the new fucking cartoon, I was like, and then if you think about From Dusk Till Dawn, those are Aztec vampires, or they might be Mayan. I think they're Aztec though. But like, I feel like that they were literally their two main gods. One was like a blood war god, and they would like bend people over on like this fucking platform and cut out their hearts and rip it out while they're alive. Like that shit's thrown as fuck. And then they fucking ate people. Like, this seems very like. Could easily be vampires, bro. Like, as like a concept for like a horror, or like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like it's not tapped upon enough.
lot of potential.
Lot of potential, bro. Maybe I go write a book, bro.
Maybe you could. You should. Start writing the outline of Aztec vampires. You heard it here first, chat.
Scan mode
Oh,
disengaged.
that's not a terrible idea.
Scan mode engaged.
When Gibbs is a famous author, you guys can all say that you were here when the idea of this book was birthed.
I've been thinking about that shit for a while. Not about the book thing, but about the fucking...
We need evac out of these
Why we don't have
canyons.
more of them.
We all
Yeah.
do, Star Captain. I just requested drop ships at all positions.
Dragon.
They are a few minutes out. We do
Maybe-
not have that. Hang
There's
in
like
there.
foreign movies about Aztec vampires.
I mean, maybe, but like,
Thanks, Star Commander. Stay put.
I don't know any of them.
All units, hold in place for
Yeah, I
evac.
don't see why you would though.
You know, like,
How many foreign films can you name off the top of your head?
I mean, I've watched a lot of foreign films. I mean, do I know their names? I fucking don't know, but...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, but I've watched a lot of them.
But the point is like Hollywood, right? Like people that are based in America, I could see like their infatuation with like something from another continent.
Yeah, I mean, like, you say that, but like, I mean, like, now I'm thinking about Train to Busan, whatever that Chinese fucking movie
Train to-
was
Train
where
to
the...
Busan?
Yeah, that's foreign, that's Korea. Then there's that fucking
That was
Chinese...
about like zombies.
Yeah, well, I mean, about that. Well, yeah, you have so many foreign films, I don't know. I mean, I can think of a bunch of war films I've watched that are
Oh,
fucking...
yeah, about foreign
like,
films.
yeah, I watch a lot of, like, foreign films that are war movies.
More incoming! More incoming!
We must
So-
hold them off until our ride comes.
I just watched, what was the other one, the
Dropships are a
fucking,
couple of minutes out.
All Quiet on the Western Front. I just watched that remake. I've watched the original.
Ammo here!
We made it this far.
I was like, you
All
know,
Quiet on the Western
All
Front.
Quiet on the Western Front. Yeah, it's like an iconic movie from back in the day. And the new one's pretty good, too.
The name is familiar.
Might have
I've seen it. I'm not sure.
You might have watched it in school. The original. Count of Monte Cristo.
No, I did. I think some people were reading that.
I'm watching the forward version of that.
Scan complete.
The foreign version of the Count of Monte Cristo.
New hostile detected.
Casablanca.
Scan mode disengaged. Scan mode engaged.
Hannibal would make a great vampire.
I think Hannibal's scarier as not a vampire.
Marked replica.
Oh, for sure.
Like, that's something that, like, I think that he's scarier as not a vampire for the same reason the Aztecs would be scary as vampires, right? It's like that unknown factor, right? Like, it's like bloodthirsty unknown god kind of thing. You can have that mythology given to the vampire. Hannibal's scary, like, right? Because it's like you never know what he's gonna do. Like, even when you think you know, you don't know. It's like that unknowable, and he's like, but he's only a human. You know, which makes it, you know, like, I don't think there's many more things that are more terrifying than the unknown, at least in, like, fiction, if utilized right.
My mech is taking a beating here.
These guys are big beat, man. I'm losing troops like flies.
And I'm the whooping.
I'm handing out some whoopings now. Me and Samuel about to give them all the hands. Alright, buddy, you're about to get sniped. Yeah, how do you like the way that dick tastes? No eject, huh? There's no ejecting when I blow up your cockpit. That's a dead homie.
Destroyed.
Oh, you got sniped too, bitch.
New target.
Evac! 1 minute! Help is coming, Bravo! Help is coming!
New hostile detected. Stalker.
Oh, Oh yeah, they want some more hands, bro.
Target. Missile.
We are surrounded!
Oh, did you just not figure out that we're surrounded, bro?
Too many!
Drop ships are 30 seconds out! 30 seconds out!
This guy is a beast.
Send another to the scrap heap.
Weapons. Ordinary. Target. Heat critical. Weapons. Ordinary.
Most canyon teams have been extracted. You are next, Bravo. Drop ship is setting down!
Weapons. Ordinary.
I see it!
Outriders here. Let us get the hell out of here.
Weapons. Ordinary. Weapons. Ordinary.
Oh, they blew me up.
Systems offline. Heat critical.
Take control.
You never miss, Star Captain.
Sound detected.
Blasted that mech to pieces.
Target destroyed. Incoming missile.
No way.
System destroyed. Weapon system.
Oh yeah, they took out another one of our ships. All right, we're the last ship, boys. Last mech. We gotta make it out.
Vehicle sound detected. Stalker. Incoming missile. New target.
We're not getting the bonus objective. We're gonna get just the objective.
Missile.
We got out. What's up, Frosty? How you doing? Bro, they fucking beat my ass. But we got out. We got out.
Teammates getting fucked up. That's not good.
What the hell was that out there?
Excuse me?
You go on about how unqualified I am, but then Rick can have a full-blown episode in the field?
How dare you speak to me like that? You are a child who knows nothing of what he or any of us have been through.
This is not his first incident, is it?
Shut it, Mechwarrior.
Why? Those implants have scrambled his brains. He belongs in a Salama cluster, not here!
Ooh, she just stuck him. Damn, she's a baddie.
Why are you even here? Why the Keshik?
Who would refuse the chance to fight at the Sakan side?
You do not get it, do you? Why we are here. Why the Keshik normally only accepts seasoned warriors. It is because we are the best the clan has to offer. Each of us carries a blood name, earned through the trial of blood right. Each of us has been clawed fighting an actual ghost bear. And we have nothing further to prove to the clan, to you, or to anyone else. All that remains is service and a dignified death in battle. And we know that a part of us will live on in the next generation of warriors.
Man, I'm fucking it up, and this Norm's. I'm
But
3-0.
You have nothing.
They don't want
Nice.
the misfortune
No
action.
accomplishments. No glorious conquests, no great victories credited to your codex. When you die, you will be forgotten, with no legacy to pass on.
And you think any of that justifies keeping a threat to our own star around?
We are Ghost Bear. Family is a hallmark of our clan. It is the least I can do to wish that one of our own lives and dies among his equals, not disgraced and alone among the Salama clusters. If you cannot live with that, then leave. Find your precious glory elsewhere, with warriors who still care about such things.
Oh, what to buy here?
You're buying a different mech?
Yeah, well, because so like, the like story mode basically, right, like is that your supply lines are way worse, right? So if you have mechs in the store and you don't buy them, they're gonna be offered to fucking other people. So it's like, oh, I have a couple good ones in here right now. I better make sure I like secure them.
Wait, sorry, repeat that.
So like the story mode, right, is that like basically your supply lines have been fucked up, right?
Okay.
So there's not as many mechs to go around. So when the merchants bring you mechs, if you don't buy them, they're not going to be in there the next time. And so like these guys are super damaged right now what I have, and I don't even have another Timberwolf to like swap out to, like because there's just none like for purchase, right?
Okay.
So it's like, I have to keep like a stock of, good mechs like in there that I can use, because it's like not guaranteed you're gonna have what you want if you don't like buy them. So it's like you gotta like keep like a bunch of like, and so like if I have like multiple people right now, I have like 2 guys using executioners, right? So I have like a couple extra executioners, and I can like swap them out and repair them while they're like I'm in a mission, or I can repair them if I have my shit enough. high enough.
You have to wait. You have to do another mission to get enough to repair them.
Yeah, but well, so, oh yeah, all right. Well, I might have to wait. Like right now, I could go in with like 83% health, 87, or I could just like bench them. And or like right now, I'm gonna fucking request a bunch of technicians and see if I can just repair my guys. But I don't think it's gonna matter because I think I got them maxed out. Fuck, that's annoying. Fuck it, we're gonna just use the Kodiak. Bro, there's no way they're gonna let me keep this line up. This is all like assault and fucking battle mechs. If they do, I have real big concerns about what I'm about to go against.
Could have grabbed her.
It's going, Thorn. How you doing?
Nasty business.
Playing some Oblivion? Nice. Oh, shit's about to get real. The second sword of light by these fucking hands, bro.
What is the latest, Sakan?
A lot of ghost bears lay on the floor of that canyon. And a lot more would have died if Star Commander Rook and his elementals had not found us a path out. And cleared the path of the explosive charges.
They had rigged enough mines to send all of Alpha Galaxy up in smoke.
Surats. But we did secure a high-value target.
But the second has hope. We have not broken them.
I know you summoned us for a reason.
Tell them what you just told me, Gustav.
In the time since your forces overtook the mining operation within Marble City, the DCMS has plotted to take it back. My contact there was able to purchase intel in the black market trading within the Canyon networks. It stated the Second are sending forces to retake it while your units are chasing the Second deeper within the canyons.
Is Star Colonel Huntsig still garrisoned there?
But he is still in no condition to fight. But we are.
I must protest, Sakan. We should not go backwards.
If we cannot hold the ground we have taken, it will continue to embolden Theodore Kurita. We will travel to the mine and hold off the forces attempting to retake it.
Sakan.
This operation is as simple as it gets. The Silver Root will array around the perimeter of the mine and wait for the second to drop in.
Oh, this is pretty cool.
We will hold
it's
them
like
off
the inverse
until they're
of
down
the
to
mission
their
I did
last
before.
unit, or they retreat.
Oh.
50th units garrisoned with Star Colonel
I
Huntsig
like went into a
will
mine
provide
and then they
reinforcements
jumped
as
me, and
needed.
now I'm gonna be like
Understood.
waiting at the
Sakan.
same mine to jump
Let
them.
us move out. The second will pay for what happened in those canyons.
Oh yeah, we got. Oh, they did let me keep the tonnage. Oh yeah, this is gonna be rough stuff, I think. Oh yeah, and my rookie's got the weakest mech. Yeah, this is gonna be something. Okay. Fuck it. You gotta learn to sink or swim. This other guy better not have another goddamn episode.
I just received confirmation from Star Commander Rook. His elementals are in the process of defusing the explosives set along the path out of the canyons. Once Rook and his point have cleared the path, we will offer up retribution for what happened down in the canyons. Bravo, Charlie. Status? Bravo is in position, Sakan.
Charlie is set.
Alright. I got a bad feeling about what's about to happen here. Alright, let's just redo this and see what happens when I do fire. If I blow up...
Star Colonel Huntsig, my forces are gathered around the perimeter of the mine.
Copy that. My forces are on standby. We will hit the field when you give this...
But we want our pound of flesh first. Silverroot, we have incoming enemy dropships. I think we should give them the regards from our fallen still lying in the floor of the canyon.
Oh, this is gonna be nasty.
Hostiles touching down. Give them hell. Another ship.
Target.
I hope they send an entire battalion. Theodore Kurita will look in horror as he sees the limbs of his legendary second decorating the grounds of this mine.
Weapons. On.
We need to keep them on the outside. We cannot let them slip through and get behind us. Crush that target neck into scrap. My point is ready for the next Star Captain.
What did you do, Swolio?
They are sending a lot of numbers at us. The mine held a lot of strategic value for them. I do not think they expected much of a
New
defense.
hostile detected.
But then they poked the bear.
And now they will pay for it. Star Colonel Hunsig, deploy reinforcements.
As ordered, Sagan.
I may let you all have some scraps.
There are plenty of dragons to go around.
Target destroyed. Heat
Your target is a heat star, Captain. Nice work.
destroyed.
They're in tent. The pilot just ejected.
New hostile detected. Fire starter. Target destroyed. Target destroyed. New hostile detected. Battle booster.
The Cho'Gath on the enemy team went 21-1.
Destroyed.
It's 21 and 1.
He went 21-1. Yeah, I was the only one to kill him. My team surrendered, of course.
Scan mode engaged.
Oh, I see the culprit. The Vane was 2-15.
Scanning complete.
Jesus.
That'll do it.
That'll
Disengaged.
do it. I went 10-2.
New target.
Fucking A. Thank God it's not ranked.
Tag them.
New hostile detected.
They're coming from every direction.
Scan mode engaged. New target. Target destroyed.
Blasted that mech to pieces.
Scan salvage.
I'm gonna have to fucking put better heat sinks on this guy or something. This,
Disengaged.
alright, get my fucking normal mech back. This shit's like a one-shot sniper kind of thing, but I'm like overheated half the battle.
New hostile detected. Cyclops.
That or I don't have the fucking thing organized right.
You don't have what organized?
No, like which I think I set this up like
Hostile detected.
wrong.
Hunchback.
Like, cause you can like put the weapons like to do it, and I have all my shit like set to like fire.
You don't have any defense.
No, it's like it's just like every time I fire, it's like firing every laser I have at once. And so it's just like I'm overheating every time. I'm like causing like I'm not getting very many kills, but every time I shoot him once, then my teammates fire a shot, think about next shot.
Hostile obliterated.
Brought that mech down.
Busted through the enemy cockpit.
Oh, they took out one of my arms? Okay, that's fine. Nah, maybe I won't overheat so much. Yeah, because I can only fire half the weapons at one time.
Red down! Red down!
I don't think that worked out as intended for him.
Direct hit. That pilot just ejected.
Scan mode engaged. Scan mode disengaged.
Denying them a mine is not a tribute to our dead. We should be going after higher value targets.
This invasion is a war of attrition, Cub. Sometimes warriors need small victories to gut through it.
He has not been in war long enough to understand that. And you have been in it too long. On that we agree. But while I am still here, I will put these desperate cowards into the ground. You do the same.
Let the enemy cockpit right open!
Destroyed. New hostile detected. Grouping.
Chucked another on my codex.
New hostile detected. Fire started.
Okay, you can still fight, Becker. When your mind is right. I will fight for Clan Ghost Bear, for my unit, until the bitter end. Even for you, Cub. We are all children of the bear.
All command! I need you to advance to my position! My Nova is down, and my mech took a couple of bad hits!
Come on, Cub. We will protect the Sakan. Together. Af.
Bravo! We are the Sakan's honor guard, and we need to guard her now! Star Commander Rook, you and your point shield the Sakan. We will take care of the rest.
Have you been against an
I will
Olaf?
deploy more.
Oh, but it's the what?
Olaf?
Olaf.
Mm-hmm.
Like the cat, like that? In that game? League?
In League? Yeah.
I am
Yeah, I
sorry
think
to
it's
put you in
Olaf.
this position, Star Captain.
What does he do?
Which one does he look like? Is it the fat guy?
He's got a big beard and he's...
He throws like a barrel, right?
No, that's... Gragas, I think?
It's like the captain guy, right?
No. Let me see.
Hey, Luna C, thanks for the follow. That's a solid name,
Remember, you
Luna
are not
C.
here to make
I
our
get it.
jobs
It's good.
easier, Sakan.
This guy, look in the side chat.
I don't know what he does. I've gone against one before.
Oh,
No, wait. Isn't he the guy with the fucking, like, Minotaur thing that, like, goes running across half the map?
no, that's Orn.
Fuck.
I think he might have axes.
Yeah, that could be it. Maybe just don't get too close to him. Yeah, that's always a good theory. You know, bait your teammate into being too close to him. Somebody got to be the bait.
The boy. The bait. Hold on. What, Anna? Oh wow. Sometimes your body needs it.
Ghost Bears, protect the Sakan at all costs.
This is turning into Last Frontier all over again.
New hostile.
Not this time. This time we are calling the shots. All units spread out. Spread out! Do not bunch up. This is no time to get cocky. There are no points for getting killed.
Ooh, what is that?
Right torso critically damaged. Getting hammered here. Down a component.
New hostile detected. Orion. Destroyed. New
They are hell-bent on taking back this mine.
They want to send a message of strength across their ranks, but we will remind them of their weakness. Just dig in and keep pouring it on.
New hostile detected. Archer.
In bad shape here. Systems are losing power.
Smash through the enemy cockpit!
Missile.
Why won't you die?
Your aim never fails, Store Captain.
Rip that hostile apart!
Shredded that mech.
No other drop ships are displayed on screen. We need to get the Sakan back to her ship. I'm sure her fire moth needs some repairs. Thank you, Star Captain. Once again, you have proven my faith in you well-founded. Hold that praise until Al-Shane is part of our holdings, Sakan. Holding a mine is not work worthy of being the Ill Clan. And that is what
Okay, so I
makes you a
started coming up
great
the stairs and
warrior.
now I'm getting a
And
call
later,
from,
I will see you back on the
Casey,
command
so-
deck.
give me a sec.
Hey, what did you say?
I said I'm getting a call from
Oh, okay.
someone. I'm gonna call back real quick.
All right, Thorn. Good night. Thanks for hanging.
watch this, okay? This isn't Mike's. So, fun fact, in the book, when Stannis starts telling everybody that Cersei's
Okay, I'm
children
back.
aren't really Roberts and that Cersei and Jaime are getting it on, Cersei's all like, well, what do? We can't let these rumors go unanswered. And Littlefinger's just like, let's just call him a cuck. He's like, I will literally start spreading rumors in my brothels that Stannis is a cuck. A tale of somewhat the same nature, perhaps more easily believed. Lord Stannis has spent most of his marriage doorman. Oh, wait a second. Every year we're learning more and more stuff, and he cites.
I definitely hurt my numbers by not fucking keeping up my regular schedule the last like 2 weeks. That's okay. Sometimes, you know, when you've had a lot of momentum, you need to take a little bit and make sure you don't burn out. You know? It's the long con, you know? Like having a 5-viewer dip for a week or two is not that big a deal if all the other numbers stay good, but it's a real bad deal if you stop streaming for like a month because you just can't fucking do it. Then you'll lose everything.
Yeah. Lose it all and have to do it again.
Yeah, fuck all that. I feel like I think we're running these twice. We're just gonna run all the close twice.
You're just gonna run on what?
I'll run all my fucking dirty clothes twice.
Oh yeah.
From these piles because I feel like they all smell pretty much like I think the cats are sneaking into this room. I'm using the clothes pile as a second litter box on the down low. But not anymore. Not anymore, Garfield. Or is that right? Oh, big stretch.
You're not putting the clothes on the floor anymore?
Well, I mean, not while I haven't fucking. Not now. I got them all these. I pulled everything out because I had to get the dryer in there, so I got them all in fucking trash bags. What I'm gonna do is put clothes I can't put in the washer on the floor for now, and that'll be like my dry clean pile. And I'll take all that to the dry cleaners on like Monday of next week, and then I can get like that pile done, and then I can do the smaller pile that's in my bedroom, and then my next goal will be to put together the king size bed. We gotta get this house finally put together after multiple years. Yeah, after multiple years of living here, we'll finally get it all lived in, and then have to move again. Is that right, Garfield? Well, I can't believe that Kai and all them are here in fucking San Antonio. I'm gonna have to like go. But I know Destiny follows them religiously, so I'm thinking maybe next week or something I'll try to like engineer. I'm like, bro, if I can't use my pool to get into whatever club that they're at one night in this whole month that they're here, I'll be shocked. You know what I'm saying?
Wait. You'd be shocked if what?
If I can't use my pool to get into one of these fucking clubs, one of the nights that they're here for the next month with all the AMP people, I will be fucking shocked. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure that I'll be able to fucking get the info and appear. And then be like, look, I was on AMP. We've been on Tim Pool.
Yeah?
Witness me! This stream's been low numbers viewer-wise, but I've gotten 2 followers, so hey, that works. It's that long con, bro.
The long con.
So you get that fucking massive rolling where you got hundreds of viewers and then these people follow you all the time. That emoji is like 5 times more than any other one.
Thus. It's a good one.
It is a good one. Try to, like, what's her name? Skylar's been trying to tell me to use the fucking 7 TV emotes, and they're cool. But like, when you have the 7 TV on, like, it's like reading fucking hieroglyphs, because there'll be like every word will be an emote, and it'll be like LOL, that's the emote. I'm like, who? That's a different emote. What? That's the emote. And I'm like, bro, I feel like I'm reading ancient Egyptian.
Thank you for joining me, Ghost
Did you
Bears.
say 7
How is your mech?
Yeah,
Sakan?
7 TV.
The techs believe they can salvage
7
it.
TV?
Good.
Yeah, it's a plugin for Twitch.
We want you back on the field with us.
I will
For the
be,
chat?
shortly.
Yeah,
Or
it's
is it
got,
like
Has
off
there been a
screen?
new development?
it's both.
Since before we arrived,
Okay.
we've been trying to locate the heart of their mech production.
But it's fucking
if we could gain control of
like,
it and cripple the
it's pretty cool. You
DCMS's
can add, like,
reinforcement
hundreds of emotes.
capabilities, it would mean El Shane
and then like take
would
people's.
fall much faster.
The DCMS has used misdirection and various
Biddies?
tactics to mask their high-value targets.
I mean, you can't use them
But we have uncovered a major one.
all the time. I don't know.
In the city of Bergen,
You
an
said
old
take
map of the
people's what?
region showed a
We could have like
factory
other
power
people's
grid
emotes added in and
powering
shit.
all mech manufacturing in the surrounding
You
area.
get like hundreds
Then
of
it
emotes. There's not like a
disappeared.
limit like Twitch
But there are
has.
no logs showing any attacks in the area that could have leveled it.
And a building does
Oh.
not just get up and walk away.
Cool.
I had our watch conduct multi-spectrum scanning in regions we already covered. And we got a hit. The Caretans were using a thermal cloaking device to obscure the facility.
But now the tarp is off.
We will insert into the city of Bergen and secure that factory. If we
Oh,
knock
buddy.
out the grid, powering all of their mech production and repairs in the
What's
region.
you up to, Cal?
They will have a tough time making war.
But this will be no easy task. Scans show the facility is very well defended. The second have artillery and fighters at their disposal. Star Captain Lilith, you will insert from the caves on this approach point here. Your objective is to enter the facility at the main entrance here.
No back doors on this one.
The gate will be sealed, so you will need to override it to
Oh,
get
we're gonna
inside.
have to blow through a gate?
I will lead Alpha and Charlie on the other side of the facility here and engage their forces. We will try and buy you enough time to secure the facility. Once that is done, we will link up at the rally point here. Striking at this facility will be a major blow to the DCMS, Ghost Bears. Gear up and let us move out.
Alright, we're gonna be a way weaker mech than everybody else, but fuck it. I have faith.
Bravo! I do not need to tell you what we are walking into. You studied the mission. We must capture one of their main power hubs on this rock. A lifeline for their forces across the region. These canyons have tested us time and again, and they have not broken us. And they will not now. Ready your weapons. Let us go add significant infrastructure to our holdings in the name of our clan. Ground teams, status. Bravo is on the ground.
Charlie is ready and waiting. This is Star Colonel Zung. My units are in place.
Scanner's showing a heavy concentration of defenders. You know your jobs. Now execute my orders. Have Sakan.
It will be done.
Copy that.
Once we exit this cave, they will be all over us. Keep moving, no matter what these spheroids throw at us.
As always, we will follow your lead, Star Captain.
Ghost Bears, multiple contacts, bogies in the sky, and active artillery guns.
Get to cover! Get to cover!
Cover points are on your display. Use them!
Freebird, this zone is hot.
We have a lot of payback to deliver.
Bravo, just keep pushing to the factory entrance. We will keep them tied up out here. F. Bravo, keep your damn heads up.
You brought it down, Star Captain. Red down! Red down!
shit show, bro. What's up?
Did you fix the problems with the...
Oh, no, I fucking switched my mechs.
Destroyed.
I got my other one repaired, and now I have two of the one that I want. But I mean, I might not be using this mech again. This shit's getting... I'm like halfway through, and I'm already 35 tonnage under using this mech. I've already ready to maxed out with like assault mechs. So I'm thinking I'm gonna have to make an adjustment. Pick a different mech after this.
Got it! Buy me a few more seconds to kick it open.
Scanning complete. Scanning complete. Scanning complete. Scanning complete. Scanning complete.
Okay, let us move in.
Overridden.
We are entering the factory, Sakan.
Scan mode.
Good luck.
Disengaged.
All right. Our first objective is to hit the power generators. Short range is picking up signatures.
At least we know where they are. Cowards cannot sneak up on us again.
I am sure if there are cracks for them to hide in, they will find them.
These corridors are narrow. They could try and bottleneck us.
And we will push through.
New target.
Eyes on the generators. Take them out.
Target destroyed. Target destroyed.
Generators are down.
We could have used Sean on this one. He was the best at close quarter combat.
Have I not acquitted myself well?
Destroyed.
You have given us less reason to doubt your abilities in battle.
tough.
We hit the generators. Advancing to the energy control room. Acknowledged.
Scan mode engaged.
We have more company.
Salvage. Marked for pickup.
Engage.
Scan mode disengaged. New hostile detected. Assassin.
Solid hit, Star Captain.
Smash through the enemy cockpit.
Enemy mech down. I will never get tired of taking out these spheroids.
There will be plenty more. All right. We are in range of the primary energy control room. We knock it out, we can get out of here before any critical damage is done to the facility.
These spheroids seem more than willing to let it burn in a blaze of dishonor.
It is on us to prevent it. It is too important to be reduced to waste.
Another down.
Scan mode engaged. Scan mode disengaged.
Enemy mech down.
Scan mode engaged. Scanning complete. Scanning complete. Scan mode disengaged. Target. Target.
The power relays are down!
New hostile detected. Active.
Busted through the enemy cockpit! Ah! Taking hits! Components getting ripped apart! Hell of a shot, Star Captain!
My mech is fucked up.
Components getting wrecked here!
Mech destroyed.
Alpha Command, this is Bravo. All target objectives achieved. Copy that. Rally up in the field. We are getting hammered. F, we are headed to you.
Destroyed.
Those repair bays are active. Patch up is needed, Bravo. We are about to jump back into the frying pan. Overriding the door lock. Stand by.
Systems offline. Field repairs complete.
It will be done. Copy
execute.
Scan mode engaged.
Sharpen up! Still on?
Hey, what's up, Deltona? What are you up to? You chilling? Big chilling over there, Deltona? Living the dream, huh? I'll take that as your response. That's the go-to response, you know?
Light left beyond this door.
Scan mode
What's the
disengaged. Security.
Holy shit!
Living the dream.
What
Living
the
the dream?
hell is that?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we got some crazy shit about that.
Killing machine.
How did we not know the DCMS has that bastard in service?
I think I would rather face down another ghost bear.
All I see is a bigger target.
Yeah, except that target only needs one shot to turn you into a goddamn heap.
1,000 techs in the hands of the Father himself could not put you back together.
How do we attack this thing, Star Captain?
Together.
It looks like it can move, but not as fast as we can. I say patience.
You might be a ghost bear after all, Jonathan. The cub is right. Patience. Choose our shots well.
What is this thing?
Star Captain.
Tara, you have advanced scanners. Talk to me.
Scan mode engaged.
Scanning for weak points. Data received. This crawler might be a juggernaut, but it expends a lot of power.
Does your data provide an ID tag?
Designation Iron Talon.
Now we know what to call this bastard when we add the victory to our codex.
We're a long way from victory, Mechwarrior.
Scan salvage.
heavy shit right here, man.
Looks like its systems are maxed out.
It is overheating.
I called somebody STD.
Now's the time. Blast it! Blast it!
I said, you stinky little poopy fart. You get you, bro. Don't talk like that.
You know that too?
This fucking brand in this league game. Stinky little poopy fart.
The gun just fired. The gun just fired. It just hit a warship. It is over then. This op has gone straight to hell.
Warning. Leaving mission area.
Oh man. I have to restart this whole mission? Fuck. That was tough.
Oh man.
Okay.
Ground teams.
Alright. New plan, boys. New plan.
Charlie is ready and waiting.
This is Star Colonel Zung. My units are in place.
Scanner's showing a heavy concentration of defenders. You know your jobs. Now execute my orders.
I definitely didn't fight that boss right. I didn't understand what I was doing.
It will be done.
Copy that.
Once we exit this cave, they will be all over us. Keep moving, no matter what these spheroids throw
But
at
we
us.
will get him this time.
As always, we will follow your lead, Star Captain.
Hopefully I can maybe make more people all the way through without
Ghost bears,
dying.
multiple contacts.
Now that I know
Always
to
in the sky
respect.
and active artillery guns.
Get to cover! Get to cover!
Cover points are on your display. Use them.
Free birth. This zone is hot.
We have a lot of payback to deliver.
Bravo, just keep pushing to the factory entrance. We will keep them tied up out here. F. Bravo, keep your damn heads up. Bust them through the enemy cockpit.
Chopped another of my codex.
Brought that neck down!
You must not detected. Enforcer. Target destroyed.
Brought that mech down.
Weapons online.
Hold on, we're gonna restart this mission. Something glitched here. Can't see my lasers.
Ground teams. Status.
Alright, we're in business now.
Bravo is on the ground.
Charlie is ready and waiting.
This is
Alright.
Star Colonel Zung. My units are in place.
Scanner's showing a heavy concentration of defenders. You know your jobs. Now execute my orders. F. Second.
It will be done.
Copy that.
Once we exit this cave, they will be all over us. Keep moving, no matter what these spheroids throw at
That'll work.
us.
As always, we will follow your lead, Star Captain.
Now we really gotta fuck him up.
cover! Get to cover!
Cover points are on your display. Use them!
Freebirds, this zone is hot! We have a lot of payback to deliver.
Bravo, just keep pushing to the factory entrance. We will keep them tied up out here. F. Bravo, keep your damn heads up!
New hostile detected. Fire started. Weapons online. Heat critical. Weapons online.
Enemy men down! Smash through the enemy cockpit! Contact destroyed!
Weapons online. New hostile detected. Jet in.
Direct hit! The pilot just ejected!
Target. Heat critical. Target destroyed. Target destroyed. Incoming missile. Weapons online. Heat critical. Target destroyed. Target. Weapons online. Target destroyed.
Oh yeah, we are fucking them up now.
Target.
Nailed that mech! Pilot just bailed out.
Heat critical. Destroyed. Weapons online. Hostile detected. Focus. Weapons online. Heat critical. Target destroyed.
Burn that men down!
Destroyed. Scan
Got it!
engaged.
Buy me a few more seconds to kick it open!
Scanning complete. Scan hub disengaged. Scanning complete. Scanning complete. Scanning complete. Scanning complete. Scanning complete. Security
Oh yeah, it's time for some
We are
country
entering the
admin,
factory,
boys.
Sakan.
disengaged.
Good luck! Alright.
We're getting this pipe for the anticipation. What you know about that anticipation? The hype. It's real.
Ooh.
Our first objective is to hit the power generators. Short range is picking up signatures.
At least we know where they are. Cowards cannot sneak up on us again.
I am sure if there are cracks for them to hide in, they will find them.
These corridors are narrow. They could try and bottleneck us.
Ooh, I can add these to this? Oh, yeah, they don't want that.
And we will push through.
Oh, yeah, we're going to add machine guns to this?
Generators, take them
Yeah,
out.
that's what we're doing.
Target destroyed.
Generators are down.
I could have used Sean on this one. He was the best at close quarter combat.
Have I not acquitted myself well?
You have given us less reason to doubt your abilities in battle. But you have yet to prove you are a true team player. I will prove it.
Then focus.
Oh, yeah, bro, add the machine guns. Oh, yeah, this
Bring them
is...
down.
This is much better. I am a mean, clean, offensive kill machine now, bro.
Bravo Command, give me an update.
I am
We hit the
a
generators.
problem.
Advancing to the energy control room. Acknowledged.
Scan mode engaged. Scan salvage.
We have more company.
Pickup. Scan
Engage.
disengaged.
Smash their cockpit.
Solid hit, Star Captain. I will never get tired of taking out these spheroids.
There will be plenty more.
Scan mode.
All right. We are in range of the primary energy control room. We knock it out, we can get out of here before any critical damage is done to the facility.
These spheroids seem more than willing to let it burn in a blaze of dishonor.
It is on us to prevent it. It is too important to be reduced to waste.
Target.
Press down! Press down!
Weapons online. Scan mode engaged. Scan complete.
Split the enemy cockpit right open!
Scanning complete. Scan mode disengaged. Target.
Hostile obliterated!
Oh, damn it. Thought we were gonna get out of here without anybody getting damaged.
Taking hit! Left arm lost!
Damn it, no!
Busted through the enemy cockpit!
Weapons online. Keep equipping. Target destroyed. Weapons online.
Alpha Command, this is Bravo. All target objectives achieved.
Target destroyed.
Copy that. Rally up with us in the field. We're getting hammered. F, we are headed to you. Those repair bays are active. Patch up is needed, Bravo. We are about to jump back into the frying pan. Overriding the door lock. Stand by.
Scan mode engaged. Scan mode disengaged.
Roger, roger!
Systems offline.
It will be done.
Oh, buddy, we're gonna have everybody at 100% except for one bitch. Who lost both her arms. I'm sure she could be a liability, but that's okay. Somebody's got to be the bait sometime, you know?
Sharpen up. Still a lot of fight left beyond this door. Holy shit! What the hell is that? A fearsome killing machine.
How did we not know the DCMS has that bastard in service? I think I would rather face down another ghost bear. All I see is a bigger target. Yeah, except that target only needs one shot to turn you into a goddamn heap. 1,000 techs in the hands of the Father himself could not put you back together. How do we attack this thing, Star Captain?
Together.
It looks like it can move, but not as fast as we can. I say patience.
You might be a ghost bear after all, Jonathan. The Cub is right. Patience. Choose our shots well.
Star Captain.
Yeah, she's gonna be a fucking meat shield, but she's a heavy meat shield.
Talk to me. Scanning for weak points. Data received. This crawler might be a juggernaut, but it expends a lot of power.
Does your data provide an ID tag?
Designation, Iron Talon.
Now we know what to call this bastard when we add the victory to our codex.
We're a long way from victory, Mechwarrior. One has to charge up after it maxes out. We have a window to hit it while it recharges. Bravo, find cover until it maxes out. It has 2 vents in the back and front.
We hit those, it can overheat faster.
This thing is a hulking beast, but it can really move. Focus fire on the treads so we can stop it in its tracks. Alf, if we hit the treads, that should slow it down.
Do not let it get a clean shot. Find cover, find cover.
Another target down, Star Captain.
It is recharging.
And the vents are exposed.
Our window is open. Hit it.
Fire! 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 Oh no!
watch
Some Squid Game?
and then go to sleep. I have 2 more episodes left, so.
Oh, yeah, well, enjoy it.
Yeah, hopefully it will.
Alright, later.
Looks like its systems are maxed out.
It is overheating. It is vulnerable.
Mm-mm-mm.
So the Custodes hate the Primarchs, and the Emperor is fake? Like the Wizard of Oz? These insane revelations and more are from the new short story The Carrion Lord of the Imperium, the final story in Era of Ruin. So, the final story in the Horus Heresy. And I have to say, as a Warhammer 40k fan for over 37 years now, I was totally blown away by some of the things in this very short but very crucial tale. The Carrion Lord of the Imperium may just be the most important piece of Warhammer lore we've gotten in years. Possibly ever. Told as a series of journal entries by the Adeptus Custodes Diocletian, one of the 300 companions of the Emperor of Mankind, we get a glimpse into the mind of the Guardians of the Emperor, and the revelations are staggering. For as loyal and unable to deviate from the Emperor's intentions for him as he is, Diocletian Koros has his own thoughts, his own will, and his own agendas. Still within the confines of what the Emperor did to him genetically to create him, and uplift him into an immortal warrior of the throne, but nonetheless, this story shows us the Custodes are their own individual selves in ways that not even the regular humans of the Imperium are. Dio, as his friends call him, is very close with Ra, Amun, Khan, which is what the Custodes call Constantine Valdor, Xerxes, and others of the first handful of Custodes. He's been there since the very, very beginning, taken as a youth to be perfection incarnate, and turned into an immortal space demigod by the Emperor. Dio gives us a glimpse of when everything went super bad, super quick. But it comes down to the creation of the Primarchs. For when the Emperor decided to undertake the Primarch and Astartes projects, he consulted his companions, those Custodes which he deemed fit to be more than mere advisors, as all the 10,000 were, but those chosen to be his inner circle. A practice that would later damn the galaxy when his sons emulated him, as the Primarchs, especially Horus, allowed warrior lodges and secret societies to flourish throughout the legions, which is how chaos crept in. And the last of the Custodes which he heard from was Dio, and Dio thought to himself that it was a terrible, terrible idea. All of the Custodes did. They knew it was a situation where warp juice was being spilled and dark pacts were being made. Dio knew, as all the companions did, that the Custodes should be leading the Emperor's forces on the Great Crusade to conquer the galaxy. But remember, this is taking place during the end of the unification of Terra. The Techno-Barbarians have yet to be fully quelled, and the Thunder Warriors are the shock troops of the day. And the Custodes want to lead human troops in the Emperor's name, not abhuman genetically modified super soldiers, but regular men and women. They know that it is what would be most impactful, and know that the Primarchs and the Astartes the Emperor plans to make are going to ruin everything. But only Dio says his own personal truth, that despite what he may think, despite what he wants or knows to be true, he feels the Emperor is going to do it anyway. So what's it matter? He just shrugs basically and says, "You're going to do it anyway. What's it matter if I approve or disapprove?" And that's the last guy to speak out of 300 dudes. 299 already said, this is a very bad idea. It shows what kind of guy Dio is, and why he was raised to tribune after the death, or rather disappearance, of Ra Endymion. He says his truth, and he says what they're all thinking but not saying, which is just baffling to me. I had no idea that the Custodes had that sort of autonomy of thought. Funny enough, this story also shows that they have emotion as well, including doubt, sorrow, and even joy, though it is the emotional spectrum of an immortal being. And that is a real big theme in this story, immortality. And we get to see how the Custodes see themselves when it comes to that, and they know that they are not able to die of old age, ever. They were truly master-crafted, individually, and built to last. One scientist studied a Custodes' blood for her entire mortal lifetime, and there was zero change in it at all. They age to the optimum age, and then they're good from there, which they feel sets them aside from lesser beings, which to them includes Primarchs, who are not meant to last, but to do a job and then perish, and Astartes, who are just mass-produced and inferior as far as the Custodes are concerned. But this story takes us through different eras, and one in particular we see is Guilliman ruling as Lord Regent of the Imperium, and he's giving some speech and bloviating, just pouring on the G-Man charisma and all that, and Diocletian is just thinking about literally killing him. He's thinking to himself that Guilliman needs to shut up, and if he's gonna say one more douchey thing, that he's gonna shank the Primarch, even though it will totally start some major shit. Dio's come to the point where he's heard enough, and he isn't fully confident that he can refrain from destroying the Primarch. And then Guilliman speaks to him directly, sort of snapping him out of the state he was in, and he says one thing, but we get the thoughts that he wishes he could say, and they are spicy. I mean, the Banana Boys are capable of keeping some hot tamales under those conehead hats of theirs. Diocletian Koros hates Guilliman. He sees him as an affront to everything that is holy, as inferior, both as an idea and genetically, and he only sees treachery waiting to happen when he looks at the Primarch. He scoffs at the idea of a Primarch leading the Imperium, as they are all prone to corruption, as half of them fell to chaos, and even the ones who didn't acted like toddlers arguing over who was more deserving of their father's attention, especially Guilliman and Dorn. It was a real revelation to read this, to know that the Imperium's balanced on a fine blade, and the Custodes hate Guilliman and want to take him out, just out of principle. Yes, the Custodes are exceptionally jealous of the Primarchs and of the Astartes, as they are imperfect beings who are more likely to mess things up than set them straight. Yet they get all the glory, get to lead the fight in the crusade, while the Custodes are the unsung heroes. Dio wants to know where Guilliman was when Terra burned, when the Emperor died on the Vengeful Spirit. He wants to know where Guilliman and the 13th Legion, the Ultramarines, were during the war in the Webway, and why they weren't even told about it. He wants to know why, if Guilliman was so trusted, if he's the true heir of the Imperium, why he wasn't even told of the Webway project. And he wants to know why Guilliman considers the Emperor his father and feels loss for him. He goes on that Guilliman should only feel the loss of the scientist who created him, as he is no son of the Emperor of mankind, but an abomination whose true fathers are in the warp, and are overcome with joy that he and his brother Primarchs are doing a good job. He is calling out, if only in his thoughts, the gods of chaos as the true fathers of the Primarchs. He sees them as basically greater demons and rejects the notion that the Emperor put his own power, if even a shard of it, into each Primarch. He does, however, weigh this over and realize that maybe each one does carry a shard of the Emperor, as each one is a stubborn, imbecilic, childlike figure who, despite being gifted with 1,000 IQ, can hardly tie their shoes. And those are traits of emperors and kings, that each of the Primarchs is a mini-emperor, and that is why they cannot and will not ever get along or agree. Dio knows they are beyond help and just wants to slay Guilliman out of principle. But since the Custodes are perfection made flesh, and they live forever, we get to see him in the modern setting of Warhammer 40,000, ostensibly. And since he is the tribune of the Adeptus Custodes, we are treated to something that only he can see, or only he has access to. And this is the perfect way to end the entire Siege of Terra, and indeed the Horus Heresy, with the final scene. Now, Dio is a dreamer. He has dreams and knows that since he does, the Emperor intended that for him, as none of his other brothers do. And he's plagued by the visions he has sometimes, but sometimes he shrugs them off as just his subconscious getting some rest and wandering, etc., like dreams are for us. Though it must be said that he's probably seen the end of the Imperium and the death of humanity in his dreams. And the Tribune goes to the throne room, and we see the giant corpse emperor looking like he does in the classic John Blanche artwork. Tubes and wires hooked up to a huge space lich who is connected to a massive machine whose size defies all explanation. It is so enormous. But that is all a fake. A show for the masses. Diocletian goes into a very secret door that only he has access to. He has to surrender a drop of his own blood to get the door to open, as it only responds to the blood of the Tribune of the Adeptus Custodes, and it still takes an hour for all the locks and mechanisms to open. And when he goes inside, we get to see the real Emperor. It's like the Wizard of Oz, sort of. The fake out for the people, and the real space wizard in the back hiding, but he really is dead, or undead. Dio is unsure which, and he's just a skeleton in a chair. The Golden Throne is just a regular chair for the most part, and looking upon the God Emperor, Dio knows he is not alive anymore, yet not dead, and knows that the power sustaining him is all the psychers they feed him, and that his hunger is ever growing. It dawns on Dio that the Emperor enjoys the feast, which according to the book Cypher Lord of the Fallen is thousands of psychers per minute now, rather than per day. It's a literal industrialized process at this point. And following throughout the whole story, we see that Dio is aware of what the Emperor is. He knows that he is serving the galaxy's ultimate evil, that what sits in that chair, the withered husk of a corpse, is holding back the Dark King. And inevitably, the throne will fail, or the Emperor will die, or both, and the birth of the primordial annihilator will shatter the galaxy and the Imperium. Dio knows that the being that gets all that worship, that is proclaimed as a god, is fallible, that he should have listened to his true perfect creations, his Custodes, and never made the Primarchs. He kicks himself for not having been able to stop Horus from slaying the Emperor, for the state of the Emperor on the throne, for the state of the Imperium, for how the galaxy became a cesspool of superstition and devolved into the stagnation of the current Imperium. And though the Custodian thinks all this to himself, though he knows that he is eternally bound to serve that which he holds in contempt, and will do so loyally without hesitation, he still lays his weapon at the feet of his king and asks the Emperor one question. Do you dream, my lord? And that is how the entire Horus heresy
What's
ends.
up, Steve? I'm doing good. Just chilling today.
All the bullshit. Who's been there from the very beginning and is still around, even when Valdor is not, asking a simple question. Do you dream? I think he knows the answer, and knows the Emperor's existence is a perpetual nightmare. He is suffering physically in ways that cannot be measured, and his psyche is fractured like a shattered mirror, but the vampiric hunger, the galactic scale thirst he has for the souls of psychers, even Dio knows that is something absolutely evil. He ultimately knows that good or evil, right or wrong, savior or extinctor of mankind, whatever the Emperor is, was, chooses to be, or is becoming, it's all irrelevant. For whatever the case may be, he's bound by both sorcery and technology, by the Emperor's will and his own genetics, to serve eternally. His loyalty is incapable of faltering, but that doesn't mean he cannot see clearly exactly what it is he's loyal to. Dio knows the nature of the God Emperor better than probably anyone. He has access to the real throne when nobody else does. He knows the darkness that the Emperor is merely the avatar of, and his mind is disdainful of that. Yet it is who he is made to be. Dio knows the darkest secrets of the Imperium, but unlike anyone else, he's equipped not only to keep them, but to keep his own sanity in doing so. For if anyone has looked deep into the abyss and seen the truth in the void, it's Diocletian. But we can derive from this that Constantine Valdor holds many of the same opinions, and that he is privy to at least as many truths when it comes to the Emperor. For we do know that Valdor mostly considered the Primarchs to be unworthy grandchildren, whose petty squabbling among one another was capable of sundering empires. He did finally accept Rogel Dorn, though, but that was after they'd been through quite a lot together. And their bro-off moment consisted mostly of a few, "you still suck, but not quite as bad as I thought" comments. The Custodes serve a being they know is going to destroy mankind eventually, but is all that is holding it together at the moment. They saw firsthand what the Emperor can and will become, and it sounds like they have a contingency plan in place for every possibility. One thing is for sure, it would be awesome if the Custodes turned on Guilliman and kicked off another civil war. So what implications does this have for the King in Yellow storyline? In my opinion, this makes it that much more likely that the King in Yellow is actually Constantine Valdor. And we have 100% confirmation that Custodes can hate the Emperor they serve, or at least view him as the totally evil space lich that he is. Interesting that while they cannot disobey him, they're still free to hate him, to feel what they want to about him, and about the Imperium, the Crusade, and what they're doing. In my opinion, this doesn't change much, but it changes everything. It gives us concrete, solid proof that the Emperor that humanity gets to see is a fake, an effigy, a puppet to gawk at and pray to and worship. Dio hates hearing all the prayers, the constant worship, the adoration of the faithful. He knows the whole religion is a lie, that there's no happy afterlife at the Emperor's side for those who die, only a terrible, hellish existence in the warp as you're consumed by and tortured by demons for eternity. So yeah, we finally get a real good look behind the curtain. And let me say, I am absolutely impressed by how truly dark it is. Yeah, sure, it's grim too, let's not forget that. But Warhammer 40k just reminded us that it is the darkest setting out there. I give this story a 9 out of 10. It was a wonderful way to wrap up the series and ends on a total banger. The insights alone are worth the read, and even though it is only an hour long in audiobook, I feel like there's more lore in there than most full-length Warhammer novels. I mean, there are ramifications that ripple throughout the setting with every sentence practically. But the ultimate moment for me, even beyond the scorn for Guilliman being revealed, is the fake Emperor revelation and the true Emperor just basically being a rotted husk in a plain chair, hidden from view of everyone, just sucking down souls like there's no tomorrow. What do you think? Are these revelations truly meaningful? Or are they like the Custodes' opinion of the Primarch project? There, but going to be ignored. We've heard it rumored for years that the Emperor is hidden and the guy on the throne people see is actually just a statue. So it is amazing to see that confirmed and absolutely true, instead of just something we can speculate on. Oh yeah, and it was also finally confirmed that even though he's claimed it to be the case sometimes, the Emperor did not, in fact, have a hand in creating the Golden Throne. I love when Warhammer 40k lore hits me with a left hook I just didn't see coming and I'm seeing stars. It really is what makes this setting so great, and one I've been coming back to over and over again for going on 40 years. You know what? All that said, let's bump this one up to a 10 out of 10. To say it absolutely delivered is a true statement, and though I was reluctant before, I have to be honest with myself. The Carrion Lord of the Imperium is as good as it gets. Aaron Dembski Bowden knocked it out of the park. Highly recommended, inquisitorial approval for the Emperor.
The Horus Heresy is probably the biggest conflict in Warhammer 40,000's grim dark history. A decade-long civil war that ripped the galaxy asunder and shaped the Imperium for the next 10,000 years. So, in this video, I'm going to go through the big picture. What happened and when.
So the Custodes hate the Primarchs, and the Emperor is fake? Like the Wizard of Oz? These insane revelations and more are from the new short story, The Carrion Lord of the Imperium, the final story.
I wanted to do this stream today because We have had some new lore in Era of Ruin, the final book of the Horus Heresy, and there's a few things I want to talk about from this novel. A couple of them will get their own videos because I want to cover them sort of properly, but this is going to be a bit of an update really, because I've spoken a lot on this channel about what happened to Horus Lupercal at the end of the Horus Heresy. And just to recap, although I streamed on this a couple of weeks ago, so watch that video first. In The End of the Death Volume 3, when the Emperor kills Horus, he says, "I wait for you and I forgive you." The actual book just describes it as, in the end, it's just a father killing his son with a knife. And of course, very absent from this passage, as we've discussed at length, is the idea that the Emperor obliterated Horus's soul. And this is a pretty big change, and that leads us to a lot of speculation, because not only is the scene of Horus's soul not in the book, where we'd expect it to be, but in addition to that, the Emperor tells Horus, "I wait for you and I forgive you." And some people don't like that being in the law, but it is just in the law now. It's just there. So I can't do anything about it. I can only report on the law that we have. However, if you are a loyalist to the Master of Mankind, to the degree that you cannot stand the idea of the War Master of Chaos ever returning, Jagatai Khan may have your solution. So this comes from the penultimate story in the Era of Ruin, which is a collection of short stories, and it's called Homebound by Chris Raitt, and it covers the White Scars. And in this story, Ilia Rivalion, who is a member of the Unitorum, who has been assigned to the White Scars in the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy, she's incredibly close with the Khan. She plays a vital role in the Horus Heresy. She actually saves Khan during the White Scars Rebellion. She ends up bringing the Khan's body back to the Imperial Palace so that Malkador can save him, and well, the Emperor actually ends up saving Jagatai Khan. But she actually goes to visit the Khan, and we uncover in this story the implications of Jagatai Khan's death. And when I say death, I mean actual death. It's really important to note that Jagatai Khan, he totally died in the heresy. So if you're not familiar, Mortarion was a big problem for the loyalists during the Siege of Terra. Not only is Nurgle the god of plagues and pestilence, but he's also the god of decay and despair. And that means that Mortarion on the planet was the center of a psychic plague that affected all of the loyalists on the planet. And loyalist defenses started to fall as people fell into despair. And in addition to that, he was part of the defense of the Lionsgate spaceport, which the traitors held. And the loyalists needed to reclaim that spaceport because they needed to ensure that should Rabute Guilliman get to Terra, they would be able to deploy their Titans. Because if you can't deploy your Titans, it's going to be a really tough battle. Because of course, all of Mortis has landed on Terra. The loyalist Titans are dying pretty quickly, crucifying the walls. It's a pretty nuts scene. Anyway, so Mortarion's a huge problem because not only does he hold this spaceport, but in addition to that, if Jagatai Khan can kill Mortarion, he can basically restore the morale of the loyalists. So Jagatai Khan decides ultimately to go and face his brother once again. He's faced him once before in the heresy, and he is successful. He has to basically sacrifice himself. He is impaled, but he does banish his brother. It's a pretty epic fight if you haven't read it, by Chris Raitt. And in doing so, as I say, the implications of this are that Jagatai Khan's sacrifice here saved billions of people. It was a very noble sacrifice. Gotta love the Khan. However, he does die, and he actually dies. And the fascinating thing about dying in 40k is it's sort of like as you'd imagine it in religions and in the real world, right? Where not that 40k isn't real, of course it is real, but in 40k your soul leaves your body and it is attached to your body by strings. And we see this from the perspective of Malkador the Sigillite, who believes it's in theory possible that if someone is dying, you can pull their soul back into their body because it's attached by these sort of strings. And if you do it before the soul is fully detached, in theory, you can save the person. However, Malkador the Sigillite realizes he's not strong enough to do this on his own, and he sort of despairs. But then another entity sort of comes in past Malkador, grabs Jagatai Khan's soul and pulls it back out of the warp into Jagatai Khan's body. And Malkador realizes this is the Emperor, and he couldn't use the Emperor before because, of course, the Emperor was on the Golden Throne and was unable to aid in the salvation of his son. And it's a pretty epic scene because that means that the first thing the Emperor of Mankind did when he returned sort of to his body, as it were, is save Jagatai Khan. Cool moment. After that, Jagatai Khan is saved, but he's still sort of out of the heresy for the final fight, and that is why Jagatai Khan does not go onto the Vengeful Spirit, because he's recovering from his death. And I said this before when it happened in the live stream, where I was really hoping they would follow up on this, because Jagatai Khan, to clarify, did die. It said he died in the story by any mortal standards. So he's gone. He's out, right? And that would, of course, have a massive implication on a person. I can't imagine what it would properly be like to have your soul ascend into the warp, and then you've got to come back. Thankfully, in this story, where Ilia Revalion is requested by Jagatai Khan to come visit him, and she makes her way to him, and he actually gives us an insight into what has happened to him, and I'll go over that now. She says, victory is ours now, though. And he says, no victory now. He is destroyed. His soul is annihilated. I never knew if he would actually do it. And she says, so then you are recovering? And he says, I walked strange paths. I saw the hidden realm for a time. I was part of it. I was in it. I searched for him, my brother. And when I couldn't find him, I knew the end had come. So I had to come back. It was all about Horus. So, Jagatai Khan does confirm that not only did his soul go into the warp before the Emperor pulled him back, but when he was in the warp, because the warp is eternal, he sort of searched for Horus's soul, presumably for some sort of confrontation with his brother, and Horus's soul was not there, and he couldn't find it. And therefore, he concludes that Horus's soul has been obliterated. Now, as you might have noticed, in Warhammer 40k lore, like if you read the rulebooks, if you read kind of old Warhammer 40k lore, it was always presumed that Horus's soul had been obliterated, because to remove it, dispel any possible rumor that the War Master might return. And it looks like what the writers have done here is give us two plausible explanations. So the first is that Jagatai Khan is right. So maybe the end of the death just didn't clarify. Maybe Dan Amlet wasn't specific enough, but the Emperor did actually destroy Horus's soul, and therefore it's not coming back. But Jagatai Khan is not like a psyker in like Magnus was. He's a Primarch, so in a way they're all sort of psykers, but he's not a skilled psyker. And this is sort of going to be up to you to decide. And I think this is quite clever writing from Black Library, because now they've left the door open. I will still, I think, stand by the idea that I don't see why the Emperor would ever say to Horus, I wait for you and I forgive you. You know, I've seen a lot of people try and reason with that wording and say maybe he's trying to say that he sort of will see him in death or something like that. But this doesn't make sense, because to see someone in death, their soul has to survive. So how could the Emperor ever see Horus, something like that? So you'd have to explain away that wording, what the Emperor means, but you can say it's some sort of metaphor, I guess. But as far as I'm aware, Jagatai Khan is not, you know, he is one of the smartest Primarchs, but he's not as psychically gifted as many of the others, and therefore it stands to reason to me that, I mean, it's probably quite likely that Jagatai Khan just doesn't have the ability to find Horus's soul. In addition to that, I think it's probably quite likely that Horus's soul is not in the warp. So Ferrus Manus, you know, even if Horus has survived, because if we look in the End of the Death Volume 2, we see this passage between Sanguinius and the soul, alleged soul of Ferrus Manus. And Ferrus Manus tells his brother that how horrible it is being dead. You know, it's a brutal affair. There's actually a bit in Era of Ruin where they talk about how, the custodians talk about how if you're lucky, your soul will be obliterated upon your death. If you're unlucky, it won't be. The Emperor, in theory, can protect some souls, which is a belief within the Imperial cult, but the degree to which that happens is not clear. If Horus's soul did survive in the warp, it would almost certain have been consumed by the Chaos Gods, tortured by it, ripped apart by demons. It would have been absolutely brutal. So if Horus died, I think we would have seen that. And so I certainly don't think the Emperor, if he was going to just kill Horus, would kill him in a traditional way. And, you know, the nature of Horus's death is incredibly unique. Games Workshop can basically write in whatever they want now. But I still think there's some sort of area here because of what the Emperor actually says, and the Emperor's words are far more important than Jagatai Khan's, as it, you know, stands to reason to me. I think that there's a good chance that Horus's soul will survive, but probably in another place. And exactly where that place will be, I don't know. But it's we've already seen, for example, the inevitable city, the city of dust. These little, it's possible to create little kind of pocket dimensions where you can exist. So is it possible that the Emperor has like his own little pocket dimension where he can put Horus Lupercal's soul? We do know, for example, that the Sigillites, as in Malcador's group, they had their own little pocket dimension where they do stuff apparently, and Horus goes there at one point. Pretty nuts. So yeah, there's a lot of things in this to speculate upon this, but I think ultimately it's just sort of clever writing where they've written it so that you can take it anyway. If you want to believe that Horus's soul has been utterly obliterated, you can quote Jagatai Khan. That's absolutely fair. If you want to believe that Horus Lupercal will one day return, you can quote the Emperor. And so you've got two options here, and no doubt the words of Jagatai Khan will have been what makes it back to his brothers. So I think the Primarchs will all believe Horus's soul has been obliterated, and likely the Grey Knights, the Custodians, only the Emperor will know that Horus's soul may have survived in some fashion, and that is kind of what you would expect. I think that makes sense. So yeah, pretty awesome. I loved it. Fantastic book. Let me just jump into super chats for a bit. The Smelly Kid, thank you so much for the super chat. Good day, leave Horus lost. I mean, hey, if you want to believe Horus is lost, you're absolutely fine. David Jackson, thank you for the super chat. Pub Quiz Clever, member 6 months, thanks so much, man. Hi Sam, man. Going through a divorce at ATM after 13 years together. These videos and live streams are really helping me. Thanks for the great work you're doing. Thanks, bro. Thank you so much for the support. Yeah, I mean, I think we're a pretty supportive community. If you are somebody that just likes to chat about Warhammer 40k, we're definitely a community that likes to speculate. Although we do have Christian, our resident, I can say pedant, whatever's a nicer word for pedant, who will pull us back into reality if we say anything that he thinks is not backed up by law. But yeah, if you want a place to talk about Warhammer 40k in a chill place, that's where you go. James Boris, thank you so much for the super chat. I love the whole Carl Dummering ending in Warhawk. The fury of the scars shown after Jagatai dies and banished Morty. The way Keeble screams Damag in the audiobook still gives me chills. Interesting. I don't think I've listened to that one on audiobook, but yeah, is an epic scene. And in a way, I sort of wanted, the only thing missing from that book is I wanted more on sort of like the charge of the White Scars. I thought we'd get more on that, but there was just a lot to cover in the novel. So yeah, I'll forgive it. But in my head, I imagine that scene as ridiculously grandiose. If when people talk about kind of fan fiction, if I was to write fan fiction, that's what I would do. I would write in things that I think should have been there or presumably were there, but they just never get expanded upon. And in actual fact, that's what Era of Ruin does really well. Is it just sort of confirms fills in things that we sort of would have expected to happen after the heresy. And we'll talk about some of those in a video coming out soon. But it's a really good book. Really ramps up the tinfoil theory that Horus's soul is hidden in Abaddon. Yes. So I guess that more comes from the theory that Abaddon is a clone of Horus, and this was a very popular theory in the setting for a really long time, for many years, decades, because of course Abaddon was always described as exceptionally large for a space marine. He was described as being, I think, what does Sanguinius call him? Sanguinius even calls Abaddon the premier warrior, something like that. And so he's an incredible character, and he has all these amazing abilities. He's incredibly strong, and he actually beats the clone of his father, which ADB says is basically equivalent to being a Primarch. And so yeah, people always assumed he was a clone. But in the Horus Heresy, we do get a lot of background on who Abaddon was when he lived on Cathonia, and we do get a lot on who his actual original father was. So we do know, I mean, it seems pretty apparent that Abaddon was not a clone of Horus. You could still probably wrangle it in if you wanted to, but I think the writers have generally moved away from that theory. And I think that given that Abaddon's weight as a character stands on him being kind of his own man, as it were, I don't think they'd go to that again, but I guess it's always there. Piers, thank you for the support on the channel, man. Malcadors, it's free real estate dimension bubble. Yeah, true. I mean, they actually say they fight in there. No, actually, no, I don't think they fight in there. I think the Emperor retreats through there at one point, if I remember correctly. And so, yeah, it's quite, and yeah, Horus gets in and he's sort of just chatting shit about the Sigillites. He's like, these guys are crap anyway. Because it's funny because Horus is a really interesting character once he's ascended.
What's up, Frosty?
He does use, of course, a lot of psychic ability and psychic power. It's like all his power, but he still sort of views the Sigillites as like this sort of trickster, like, you know, kind of creepy little order that he doesn't like. And Malcador does interfere with his fight with the Emperor, which he hates, which is quite funny. Nathaniel Walker, are the Carcharodons from Conrad or Corvus's gene seed? It's a good question. So I can explain both. So there were some Raven Guard that was sent to the far reaches of the galaxy, and this is, you know, the N30K, and it's thought that they basically sort of struggled out there. They had to, you know, in the worst wars possible, and they didn't have supplies, and eventually sort of their gene seeds start to deteriorate, and that's why we see the Carcharodons basically being monsters in and, you know, falling to the Grey Pale and becoming monsters in Warhammer 40k because their gene seed is starting to deteriorate.
Oh yeah.
However, in the first Carcharodons book, the thing is that the first one, there's a demon who's talking to a Night Lord, and the Night Lords are preparing to attack, and he talks about how your brothers will be there, and he's referring presumably to the Carcharodons who are in the system, and so that's where the theory that the Carcharodons are Night Lords comes from. I think in a way it's probably like a little bit of a mix of the two. So the Loyalist chapters don't typically use traitor gene seed, but maybe because the Carcharodons, of course, you know, struggled in order to continue to serve the Void Father, maybe they recycled some Night Lords gene seed that they found, and so maybe there's a little bit of Night Lords gene seed within the Carcharodons, and so you've got a mix of both. So that's where that theory comes from. I am definitely in the camp of Horus being gone. If he ever returned, the whole symbolism behind Abaddon killing his cloned father would mean nothing. Interesting. I think that's fine. Yeah, I get what you mean. I think the nice thing is, I guess, is this gives them options. I think that Abaddon is a tough character to get right. In all seriousness, I'm a big Abaddon stan. I actually really like Abaddon's characterization, especially by ADB and especially by Robert Rath. But Abaddon has a big problem as a character in that because the setting can't progress too far, but the setting timeline keeps moving forward, even if it's at a relatively quick pace in the timeline, it's very much going to seem to the community like Abaddon's getting nothing done. And so at a certain point, you have to sort of ask yourself, what is the point of this Abaddon storyline here? Why isn't he getting anything done? And I think that's a reasonable question, even if it's not particularly justified by Abaddon's actual actions in the lore. So, Abaddon is a problem. So I think that the reason they've done this is so that they've got Horus there if they ever want to go down the direction of Horus returning. Additionally, you could go the other way, where maybe to prove how powerful Abaddon has become, you could return Horus ascended in some way, and Abaddon kills him again, something like that. You've always there's multiple ways you can sort of use this, but I think that presumably from the Emperor's words, "I wait for you and I forgive you," it implies that Horus will be there, you know, on the final days of Warhammer 40k. The Emperor's dead sons will sort of like come back to him and fight with him or something like that. I think that's probably what you get. Bearman, thank you for this spoiler channel. I really liked The Carrion Lord of the Imperium. It's a very good book. Yeah, it's incredible. So I've done a video on that. That should be out this week, which should be a big deep dive on that book. And yeah, it's very good. I mean, pretty much every part of that book is just stellar. I mean, you can really tell how much ADB loves Warhammer. It's, you know, it's so passionate. It sort of reminded me of like he wrote Master of Mankind, which is such a good book and so prominent within the 40k canon, and it's kind of like he's dwelt on it for the past 10 years and thought, what could I add to that story? How could I improve it even further?
I hear that, Frosty. I hear that.
He fills in like little gaps and he expands upon it, and you know the Custodians and the Sisters of Silence get so much justice in that story. It's fantastic. Grim Jim, what do you think of the new Dark Angels hero set? They don't look like Dark Angels to me. Pretty underwhelming. Interesting question. So, yeah, I get what you're saying. I did see it today. Because the thing that's funny about it is that the Sternguard, to me, is not Deathwing, which I guess makes sense because all Sternguard are veterans, but not all Sternguard are Deathwing. I guess that makes sense. So, but yeah, having painted all my Sternguard in Deathwing colors, I was like, oh, interesting. But I might do another set in green at some point. It still sort of feels weird to me to see Dark Angels with trim. Because Dark Angels, they're one of those chapters, they don't paint their trims. So seeing that is kind of funny to me. But yeah, they don't look like Dark Angels. Tell you what else really annoyed me. I don't know how any of the Dark Angels fans thought this. Because in this new scheme, they've painted them slightly differently. And it's a slight change, but it just sort of irks me. Where they've now painted the Dark Angels so that their guns are all red. The color of Dark Angels guns is one of the most controversial topics in Warhammer. They are multiple colors in the books and the lore, but in Games Workshop's schemes, generally they go with red, silver, and a bit of black. They've now dropped the black and they're all red. I've used black on all of the guns I have painted, like Games Workshop does. But now I've got to repaint. Now if I paint them in the forward, do I paint them in the? Because I try to match I try to stick to the canon as much as possible when I paint the Dark Angel, and just a preference. And so the question is, do I stick with the red and black and break canon, or go with the new canon, or do I break canon and make it consistent with the rest of my army? I appreciate that's his first world problem as a man can get. Still, GW, why'd you do this to me? Why'd you do this to me?
Free to play.
However, very excited for the new Space Marine Kill Team. I think I prefer the old one, to be fair. The Ultramarines one. In fact, I have that painted. Oh. This is the captain from the other Space Marine Heroes Kill Team. Oh, that's terrible. There you go. Ooh, is that not focusing? Ooh. There you go. Look at that guy. I love that. So I quite like the ones that aren't necessarily Dark Angels themed, and then you can kind of just take it and do what you want. But yeah, so I will get it almost certainly if it sells in the UK. It's just selling in Japan, but presumably it'll make its way over here like the old ones did. But Nathaniel Walker, who is most likely the Blood Ravens Primarch. So it's a really question. Yeah, I should probably do a stream on Cursed Chapters. So Blood Ravens, I think the most likely one is going to be Magnus the Red, and the reason I say that is twofold. They're a big Psyker chapter, so if you're not familiar, the Blood Ravens have like their own special rank of like Librarian Captain, and that's because they have so many Psykers, and so they have a higher abundance of them, which is what you'd expect for Thousand Suns. But in addition to that, you have the fact that in the Horus Heresy, some of the Thousand Suns, a small number, do leave Prospero before it's destroyed or pulled into the warp, and so yeah, they survive. And then there's a quote in Battle of the Fang, which talks about the lost, a Thousand Sun talks about their like lost Raven sons, something like that. And so it's always, that's to me is always points towards Magnus the Red. However, I believe, I have to double check this, but I believe there's a quote from the original creator who made them for the Dawn of War games, which of course is where they were created. And he, I think, originally intended word bearers, but whether that's what Games Workshop will stick with, I don't know. You'd think if the creator says this is what I want, that's what the lore is, but not necessarily. The lore kind of evolves. I mean, if you look at how many things Rick Priestley and John Blanche and all these kind of legendary Warhammer 40k creators over the years have said about the setting, very few of them actually get stuck to, because they're just Games Workshop does what they want at the end of the day. Volt, thank you so much, mate. It's stated in the second Carcharodon's book that the Ashen Claws refer to the Carcharodons as mongrels during their fight with a World Eater, and there's implication that the Carcharodon's gene seed is chimeric. True. So yeah, I guess you have that option as well. You have which is I guess what I'm saying about the they were originally Raven Guard, but then because they're on the edge of the galaxy, they've not got resources from Terra coming regularly. Then in that respect, they end up sort of using a bit of Night Lord's gene seed, or maybe the High Lords of Terra had a bit of fun messing with some Traitor gene seed. I listened to the audiobook of the Ragnar Blackmane books. Go Space Wars. Hey man, I mean the Space Wars do get some excellent writing. But I didn't like War of the Beast, I'll be honest with you. But yeah, he's a cool character. Thoughts on the new Age of Ruin short story? So yeah, I mean, so we've spoken a little bit about this one. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, it was really nice that Ilya Revalion got a lot of focus. What will I not cover in an upcoming video? I mean, probably talking about Erebus. Fuck Erebus, man. Like, can't believe it's quite funny because you know that the authors are laughing if you're not familiar. Erebus gets. I mean, he's Erebus is the best assassin in Warhammer, and yeah, I mean, he's just an absolute bastard. I mean, yeah, so, yes, okay, but yeah, Erebus getting another kill was just brutal. I forgot his name. It is not here. Barthusa Narek, that's his name. Completely forgot it. So yes, and Narek does get taken out by Erebus in the third, I think, story. And so yeah, that was pretty brutal. But at the end of the day, I don't really know what they would have done with Barthusa Narek. Maybe he'll survive in some way. It's one of those things where he sort of just gets stabbed and then we don't see his final moments. So maybe they'll bring, maybe if he's going to survive, maybe Eldrad will find him and bring him back. Don't know what Eldrad's really doing at this point in time. He was hanging out with the Harlequins and sort of watching a dance. So maybe he'll come and save Barthusa Narek. But yeah, unfortunately, I think he's dead. William Ibsen. I love your channel. The lip is the best Primarch. The lip? Sorry, am I too hot? Who's the lip? The lion, I'm going to guess that is. It's an autocorrect. But yes, we are a Lion Stand channel. Unfortunately, I can't make that an official channel rule. But yes. Yeah, the Lion is the best Primarch. Which does remind me, I do want to say thanks to everybody for 200k. I do have, we've talked about this on Discord, I do have a special 200k themed live stream planned, which I will be doing in, I just want to finish this big video I'm doing first, but then I will do that. And yeah, it's going to be good. I think people will really enjoy it. If you've watched this channel for a while, you probably guess what it's going to be on, but oh, sorry, Lion. There we go. Sanguinius, Jabba the Hutt. Sanguinius being the strongest is because he flies. Demon Primarchs liked it, or he was the most powerful because he was worshipped. Oh, yes. Sorry, I don't know if she said, but yeah, thank you so much to everyone who supports the channel and helped to get to 200k. It really does mean the world. This is the coolest thing in the world to me. So yeah, just love talking about Warhammer. Is that Sanguinius the strongest because he flies, because he's the most powerful? So I guess there's a few things that make Sanguinius particularly adept as a fighter. Wings obviously help. Like, you know, having height advantage is definitely a thing. And yeah, it does come up in the books, and it's something that like Horus, for example, does know when he fights against Sanguinius as to what makes him difficult to fight. He is also exceptionally fast, and he has foresight. Now, the way Sanguinius's foresight is used in the books is mixed, but in his fight versus Kurz, for example, which happens in the book Pharos, it's sort of implied Sanguinius can predict other people's movements, as can Kurz. So, so in a theory, you know, because he's got foresight, he's exceptionally powerful. But yeah, but on top of that, he's, you know, presumably just the greatest warrior in terms of blade skills. You know, when you combine blade skills, strength, and speed, Sanguinius, I've always just assumed, comes out on top. But absolutely, the rest of it is nuts. Need a plotline wrapped up. Just have Erebus show up and stab your protagonist in the back, wrapped up. Yeah, I mean, basically, especially because I was sort of disappointed because the story where that appears is called Fulgurite, and you know, we talked about it last year when they revealed the names of the books, and I was like, oh, is Fulgurite going to be like, we get a new big Fulgurite weapon? No, not really. Sorry. Did you discuss the new insight into the custodies from the new book? Yes, so I am doing that in an upcoming video where we're basically talking through Carrion, Lord of the Imperium. It's a very good book. I'd recommend people read it. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. But yeah, we'll be going through the whole thing, Christian and I, and which actually will be his first video, although we've recorded others. So yeah, it's a really, really good story. You get so much. If you're a Custodian fan, it's mandatory. You get so much insight into the Custodians in terms of how they view the Emperor. Their relationships with the Sisters of Silence is fantastic in that book, and also sort of how they view the burgeoning Imperium, how they view things like Guilliman becoming a bit more powerful. It's things get tense. He also beat to a pulp that demon from Fit to Tread and twice in the Siege of Terra. Yes, I mean Sanguinius is pretty much because the thing I guess is you have the who wins the fight, but who can win a fight is often down to the writer and the setting. So like for example, like I would say Rogal Dorn beating Fulgrim, it's well explained. But it also, Rogal Dorn himself also knows that he probably wouldn't beat Fulgrim in sort of a normal fight. And Fulgrim is the better warrior of the two in terms of combat prowess. But his defeat of Fulgrim is very well explained in terms of him being the Praetorian and how he utilizes that skill against his brother and how he manipulates Horus into making Fulgrim into making mistakes. Very cool. So the thing that I always look at, and I guess, maybe I'll try and find as many of these as possible, but that you do get from Leman Russ, from Horus, from Corvus Corax, I can think of a list of who the best fighters are, and there's some discrepancies between these. But yeah, I think it's really interesting to see how the Primarchs view one another, because presumably, it's heavily implied that the Primarchs have often sparred. Not all of them, like we know, for example, that the Khan doesn't spar with his brothers, but the Primarchs often sparred with one another, and so in theory they've all sort of, most of them will have fought each other, at least practice fights to some degree. But yeah, they've never actually written it in the books. But they are like Sanguinius does propose a fight between Fulgrim and Jagatai Khan, which is very funny. It's really weird that Abnet specifically called out Narek waiting for Lorgar in the end of the death, then just never had Lorgar show up. Narek feels a bit swept under the rug. Yeah, I mean, I think it has hurt, in my opinion, of Dan Abnett's Perpetual storyline, because if you're not familiar with the Perpetuals and the Cabal, you have Legion, where Dan Abnett introduces this massive concept called the Cabal, which is a big deal. Basically, this sort of cabal of Xenos who toy with the idea of trying to find somebody. They originally try Fulgrim, then they try Alfarius. No, other way around. So yeah, and then they want to basically allow Horus to win so that Chaos will win, and then Chaos will basically devour itself, is the idea, because in victory, Chaos would, if Horus took Terra in victory, Chaos would sort of eat itself, and the Chaos, humanity would die, but Chaos would also lose. And so the Xenos races and maybe some small aspects of humanity might survive. That's sort of the idea. However, and Eldrad's a prominent figure in this Cabal. Then Eldrad turns on the Cabal, and you're like, oh, okay, so what was the point of that then? And, he kind of co-ops John Grammaticus and puts John Grammaticus on a new task, which plays well into the Siege of Terra. And then Eldrad teams up with Barthuz and Narek, a loyalist word bearers, to take out the Cabal, because they're still trying to end humanity, basically. And Eldrad has seen that the fate of the Eldar is going to be tied to the fate of humanity, so he now wants the Emperor to properly win. And in addition to that, so you have this story, and it's mostly in Old Earth, where you have Eldrad and Barthuz and Narek basically assassinating these kind of senior members of the Cabal, and Xenos, and some of them are humans, and they take them all out, and the story's done. And so when you read Old Earth, you're like, well, what was sort of the point of all of that, Dan? Like, why did we go through all of this story to have it be meaningless? It reads like filler. But then you have Barthuz and Narek left over, and you're like, oh, okay, well, this could be fun. He's got full right bullets, and he's hoping to take out Lorgar, and that could maybe be something big that might come up. Maybe he'll meaningfully wound Lorgar, or he'll hurt Lorgar in some way, or maybe even he'll kill Lorgar in 40k. There's lots of ways you could take this, and then he just dies, and you're like, okay, so he introduced the Cabal. The Cabal tried to do something. It did nothing. I guess it sort of had a part to play in the Alpha Legion, but the problem is the way the Alpha Legion are written. It's hard to say that they actually had an important stance, because the Alpha Legion always imply that they're they say they're on top of everything the whole time. So it's like, oh, they're being played by the Cabal, but then there's a chapter where they talk about how they knew about the Cabal for what the Cabal's plans were all along, and they just sort of were ahead of it. And so it's just sort of crazy, because you have all of these plot lines that had so much potential, but then they all sort of just kind of tied each other up, and it didn't have to be that way. Like Dan Abnett is perfectly able to write these storylines that have massive implications into the setting. The Terminus Decree was a really clever one. Basilio Foe and Zaranchek Xanthus are another one that was kind of now separate to the Terminus Decree. It's there, you can have things like that end up having massive ramifications for the setting, and the whole Cabal perpetual storyline. I guess you've got. I guess you got John Grammaticus, but it sort of feels like it didn't really happen.
That's funny.
Yeah. Surely this must go somewhere, and then it goes nowhere. So I got a question for you. I've started to collect minis and start my first 40k army, and I've chosen the Death Watch, already regretting having to hand paint different chapter markings. I've got this Night Crusader that I've had sitting on the shelf for a few years because I'm a mech simp, and I'm going to use that in my Death Watch army. Cool. What should I make my army setup? Because I have a range-focused knight. So, I know that they released Death Watch rules. I'll be honest, I'm not familiar with the Death Watch attachment. Death Watch army rule. Okay. Each time an attack targets a kill team unit from your army that contains models with different toughness characteristics. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so basically it allows you to create kill teams? Oh, you cannot include... okay, so it's just saying you have to take them as kill teams. Interesting. I mean, I'll be honest, mate. The fun of Death Watch is going to be in creating all sorts of mad kill teams. So, firstly, I'm making Titus. I'm not going to lie. I think Death Watch Titus is an epic scheme. And, in addition, so, I tell you what I would do. I mean, if you wanted to make a good army and you want to have a knight, I tell you what I would do is I would probably actually have, I'd go a little bit heavier on the vehicles. The reason I say that is because in terms of strategy in 40k, it's a very simple strategy, but it's always effective. Is that if your army is naturally leans one way, if you push it that way a bit further, then you kind of make a redundancy in what your opponent is going to shoot. So if you have a tank, if you have a knight, your opponent is going to have somewhere to put their anti-tank guns every single turn. There's no problem for them there. And so if that's the case, you might as well then take a couple of Corvus Blackstars, which are the Death Watch planes, because at that point they're putting all their guns most likely into the knight a turn anyway, and your Corvus Blackstars probably stand a better chance of surviving than they would do in a typical Death Watch list. Or you can go the other way around, and if they shoot the Corvus Blackstars, your knight gets to survive and go and stomp on some people. So you've got that as well. And likewise, I'd probably go a bit heavier on the transports. Although it's tough to know what to buy now, because we don't really know what's happening to Rhinos and Land Raiders, but I love me some Rhinos and Land Raiders. But yes, in terms of the rest of it, interesting. I didn't know you could still take Artemis. I thought they'd kind of would have legended him. I don't think they sell Artemis anymore, do they? Has he still got his insane grenade? What does it do now? Oh, does he not have the cool grenade anymore? That is so sad. Oh, brutal. Man, Death. If I was to collect another army, if my Dark Angels army burned in the fire, and I couldn't bring myself to repaint all of those models, I would go Deathwatch. I think it's just such a fun army to collect. Those are cool. But yes, if you have any more questions, mate, about the tabletop side of things, do feel free to message me as well on like Discord or Instagram, and I'll help you out. Been a member of your channel for a year, but only just started reading the books. Amazing. Just started Fulgrim. Wow, the Primarch's so bitchy. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that if like Fulgrim, for example, he gets a better showing, I would say, in like Palatine Phoenix. He's still always a bit bitchy. He just is, but yeah, that's definitely a kind of portrayal of Fulgrim. But I think the problem you have with Fulgrim is a very good book, considering one thing, which is that it had to cover so much. Like there is so much lore to cover in the book Fulgrim, because you have, I mean, almost Ferris's entire appearance in the Horus Heresy, and then you have, of course, Fulgrim. You have to introduce the Emperor's children properly and take them all the way through to their fall, and bringing the Eldar and all this sort of nut stuff. So and probably demon possession. It's a lot, and this, your first instance introduction to Istvan 5. So yeah, it's a very impressive work in that respect. Ali, thank you so much for the super chat. I thought Narek would have wounded Lorgar, and that was the reason he's been shut in 40k history. Yeah, I mean, you could have done something nuts, because he's a sniper in Heresy, and yeah, you could have had him just sort of like hiding behind a rock for 10,000 years, waiting for Lorgar to show himself. What was the point of that? Sandman coming across as new to 40k lore with bingo worthy quote when talking to newbies. Stop hating on Lorgar. He's the only anthropologist in 40k that records all religions. Geez, no more respect for humanistic science. Interesting. I mean, I think I just enjoy. It's funny, like, I sort of don't want Erebus to die, because I do enjoy disliking the character. It's sort of like the fun, if that makes sense. But yeah, I do hate them, objectively. What do you think about the color scheme for a custom successor of Dark Angels? The original scheme, but white instead of black. I assume you mean for the Raven Wing? Pauldrons are black, and robes and hood are deep red. Interesting. Yeah, it sounds epic, dude. I like painting the red robes in Heresy. I do that. Yeah, I mean, the really nice thing about a Dark Angel successor chapter as well is that you also have the option to mix it up like the Dark Angels do. It's not an exclusively Dark Angels thing, but it's thing that obviously that chapter and Legion do a little bit more, is the way they have so many colors across the different forces and different times, that yeah, you can sort of go nuts with it. So if you want to paint your Deathwing one way, Raven Wing another way, Green Wing, standard Marines another way, then you can really do that. You can just go nuts with it. So I'd probably, yeah, I mean, I'd still recommend, like, I like the bone white of the Deathwing because it's so stark to the rest of the army, for example. I just think it looks so good. Have you read the new Nachman book? Carter Volnus is sending out messages that their only hope is to close the gauntlet. Foreshadowing, do you think? Yes. So we've talked about this a little bit on, I think, just in Discord, actually. Maybe I'll do a video. The thing is, it's one of those things, because I don't get sent the books or anything, so I'm behind when other people do. So it's tough to know what to cover. I think you get some really cool lore on Planet Killer, which might be a good basis for a video. But also just sort of Chaos getting a big win is a big thing at the end of the day. And so, yeah, maybe it is right that they should just close the gauntlet. So yeah, I guess we'll see. That has some pretty big setup, because to see them Chaos get a big win will definitely have, yeah, they sort of go around each of these zones and then circle back around again. So we'll no doubt go back to Nachmund, and hopefully the Imperium doesn't just sort of reconquer it and then it's just boring, but we'll see. Best part of Erebus being Chaos is he can die, be brought back, and keep dying to satisfy some of the haters he has. Very true, very true. I mean, if you were going to kill Erebus, you'd want to kill him properly. Fulbright or something like that. Like when he dies in False Gods, it's very funny. Like he's like, this woman just kills him, the cultist, and he's like, oh, when I get back to life, I'm going to kill that bitch. And He does. I think he does say the word bitch, if I remember correctly. Pretty certain. Sorry if this has already been asked, but what is your favorite new lore that's come out? Well, it's tough to define when new lore starts, really, because you know, for example, the End and the Death is, you know, it's over a year old now, but it's massive implications. In the last year, that's actually, you know what? I'll pick a book from the last year. So I would probably say the last year, my favorite of those novels. Maybe. Yeah, you know what it will be. In terms of plot points, I did really enjoy. I have faith, maybe controversially so, but I have faith in kind of Nick Kime, and I do think it is possible that I do think he's working towards something pretty cool with the Anathema Blade. I think that's genuinely an epic storyline. I think it's really big that that's come back, and that is, in terms of things that will have meaningful implications in the books. I think this new sort of Chaos Sorcerer lady who's Therador Yang of Guthalamor, then I do think that's going to be a big deal. But hang on, let me just. So, what is it? Yes. Sorry, I'm having a complete mind blank there. So, I'm a big Robbie McNiven fan, hence the like for the Carcharodons and the White Scars as well, to some degree. But I do think that Oath of Damnation, in terms like I feel like with Robbie McNiven, it's kind of nice because he doesn't write kind of central stuff a lot of the time. Not that the Last Hunt might not have some big implications, but he's not writing the Custodians, he's not writing the Daying of the Golden Throne. But his novels are just genuinely really enjoyable. Kind of like Mike Brooks, I would say as well, where Mike Brooks has written the line. To be fair, you do always sort of know you're in for a good time with a Mike Brooks Xenos novel, especially. And Robbie McNiven writes chapters so well. I hope he writes all of the Cursed Founding ones. And his Oath of Damnation, which covers the Exorcists, was just so nice to read. And it was kind of funny because I was looking into the when I was doing a review of the Exorcist book, I was reading, like, trying to grab all the Exorcist lore we have, and lore was so sparse because, of course, it's basically just the Forge World Imperial Armor novels, and pretty much every YouTube video of who are the Exorcists is just a read of the Imperial Armor novels, and there's so little lore in them. So he kind of took that little bit of lore relatively and has expanded that into like so much character and all the process with the demonic possession and what happens when things go wrong and how it's justified by the Inquisition. Like, it's so good, it's so entertaining. So I would recommend everyone that one. Dominion Genesis was a surprise for me of the last year. I didn't think I would enjoy that so much because I thought it would be like random AdMech stuff, but again, actually pretty good. Jonathan D. Beer. So yeah, that was actually really good. And I think if you're an AdMech fan, I would check that one out. And also, it's nice to have the Eldar be the bad guys, like, properly. Again, I missed that. Sari, thank you. Oh, Sari, thank you for the gift of super chats as well. Please do thank Sari, and please do join the Discord if you got one of them. Which reminds me, I will open up the Discord if anyone wants to call in. Hang on. Not stage. Yes, if you're not familiar, you should be able to call in through the live chat.
All right, guys. I think I'm going to end here. I'm going to go watch some TV and relax. It's been fun. Thanks for checking out.